He is among the founding members of the Tanzanian AI Lab community. His unwavering mantra is to leverage innovation, technology, and entrepreneurship as solutions for Africa's most complex challenges. Welcome, Jumani. Now, our third panelist, Sarah Muyonga, Public Policy Manager at Meta. Sarah is a seasoned public policy professional with over 20 years of experience in stakeholder engagements and policy development in Africa. Recently nominated among the top 25 women in tech in Kenya by Techie. Sarah drives conversations that shape technology policies, advocating for free and safer online spaces. She fosters long-term partnerships with strategic stakeholders necessary to optimize Meta's platforms, promoting safer, secure, and sustainable digital environment. Prior to her current role at Meta, Sarah has held various positions, including Nigeria Country Manager at the Natural Resource Governance Institute, and roles at PwC, ActionAid Denmark, and the Tony Blair Institute, among others. Welcome, Sarah. Thank you once again, and welcome all the panelists we have this morning here. Just to summarize, the topic is on harnessing AI for Africa's development and prosperity, priorities, partnerships, and risk preparedness. You know, the advancement of artificial intelligence are profoundly changing our economies and societies across the world, and Africa is not an exception. AI is integrated into most aspects of life, producing new efficiencies and enhancing human capacities across Africa. In 2014, the African Union took a commendable step by developing and adopting a continental AI strategy to guide innovation, policy alignment, and ethical deployment across member states. However, the global AI landscape is shifting rapidly, shaped by intensifying geopolitical competition, emerging international regulatory framework, and transformed AI. So the objective we have for this session is the aims to be strategic and action-oriented. And we have these panelists that have so much experience in the area of AI. So to start, I'm going to go with my first panelist, which is Odis, on this particular question, which is what roles should African countries play in shaping emerging global AI frameworks? And how can we institutionalize Africa's influence in the global AI governance, bodies, and standards setting processes? Thank you, Aya.
Thank you, Honorable El Haji. Again, I'm Odas from the private sector in Rwanda. I'm also a facilitator of the Policy Network on AI. Thank you for that question. I think when I think about what Africa can do, I think about 4 key points. The first is that there's need to establish policies, even inside the country. Some of the countries across the continent don't have AI policies to enable AI development. I think the second is that part of this problem is that there's also lack of capacity building. Especially for not only the practitioners, but also how do you build the skills of policymakers, how do you build the skills of parliamentarians, how do you build the skills of judiciary, because the entire ecosystem needs to be there and strengthened in order to enable the AI development and deployment. I think one other thing is to have alignment, both at the national, regional, continental, international level. And what I mean by this, if I'm going to do, let's say for example, part of the work that we do is the collection and the creation of data sets across African languages. If I'm going to kickstart a project, I'm going to need to get an ethical clearance, I'm going to need to get a research permit from, say, COSTECH in Tanzania or a similar Science and Technology Commission across all Africa. I think most of the African countries have it. And then I need to get a data protection certificate. And all the requirements seem to be a duplication. So the same things are required at the At the ethical committee clearance, for the ethical clearance is the same thing that I need to provide for my data protection certificate. And we've reached a point where the simple compliance takes up to 30% of projects, of the timeline of the project. So there's no alignment, even nationally, to enhance the fast development of AI. Second thing is that there's need for regional alliance. I think in the past few days, some people might have seen the license passporting between Rwanda and Ghana for fintech companies. And this is very important because if I comply with a particular country and another country have the same requirements, I should be able to have some license passporting to be able to deploy and scale AI across all those regions. I think the other thing that's very much overlooked is participation in global AI discourse. One of the things that we see is that whenever you go, either there's need for input submission in a particular UN process, or there's input submission on global AI dialogues, the participation of African countries or stakeholders from Africa is very little. And that needs to change, because if global alignment happens without the participation of the global south, and especially Africa, then there's a very huge lag between what we want to achieve and what we're basically contributing at the same time.
All right, thank you very much, Odis, for that wonderful areas that we need to, as a continent, we need to look at in terms of capacity building, policy alignment, both at the level of the country and at the regional and continental level, and to also take part in the global discussions. Now, I'll move to Mr. Jumaine on the next question, which is how can all stakeholders, or let me just rewind a little bit back. What are the risks of dependency on foreign AI systems? Because if you look at the continent now, it seems we are almost importing almost everything. So what are some of the risks that we have on AI systems, and how can open source or regional AI infrastructures provide alternatives?
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Jumanne Mtambalike. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Sahara Ventures. So in terms of what are the risk of over dependence on foreign AI systems, there are multiple risks. I think the biggest one is data sovereignty and privacy, because if you rely on foreign AI systems, the chances are you'll be focusing and adapting models that have been trained by people who don't understand your ethical values, they don't understand your culture nuances, they don't understand what are your priorities. Instead, you'll be informed and led by what they see as priority in terms of adaptation and usage of AI. So that's the biggest one. I think we should be more intentional in terms of making sure we encourage locally built AI solutions, capitalizing on existing local data, but also building a strong local data infrastructure so that most of the solutions that we're creating are relevant and actually address the local content. The other risk is the issue of ethics as well as cultural barriers. And a book that has been published by Professor Ruha Benjamin, Race After Technology, she talks about a concept called the Jim Code, where AI systems are actually biased based on who has actually trained them or created them. So one of the biggest challenges that Africa is going to face is most of these solutions are not created by us. They're built by Jim, who is sitting somewhere, who has certain specific culture and understanding of their own people, and then they are actually being dumped for us to use and adapt. So that's another challenge and a potential risk in terms of adapting foreign AI solution. The third issue is, of course, strategic vulnerability and issue of security at large. As you already know, artificial intelligence is not just a technology, it's a tool that actually foster and accelerate global power. We see what is happening with China and the US right now. We see global discussions when it comes to how this technology will be used. So in the context of Africa, it is key to look into where do we position ourselves in terms of our strategic vulnerability, the information we share on these platforms, our level of security, the new age of cyber wars and cyber attacks that will be based on these technologies. Are we prepared by them, and how should we be ready to encounter them? And finally, also, if we completely over-rely on technologies that have been created by other people, we lack a unique opportunity to rebuild and reskill our people to be able to develop the required skills for further enhancement and adoption of these technologies in the continent. So I'll stop there.
Yes, thank you very much, Jumainin. In fact, you've highlighted very, very, very important areas, like the last one, like the over-reliance on others to develop these things for us. And also the issue of data sovereignty, which is an issue on the continent, and also the security dealing with other institutions. Now, I'm going to move to my next panelist from Meta, previously known as Facebook, and I'm sure most of us here, we have an account with them. And here we have Madam Sarah. Now, given Meta's growing role in shaping global AI ecosystems, how does the company plan to ensure its AI models and products respect local context, human rights, and data sovereignty, particularly in the underrepresented regions like Africa?
Good morning. It's fine. Thank you so much, Alhaji. Good morning, everyone. All protocols observed, my fellow panelists. And I'm first starting by saying I'm very grateful for this opportunity to participate in, of course, this very timely discussion, especially for the continent and all the ambitions that many of our governments and our citizens have around, being part of the AI race. In terms of the question, and I'm really glad that I've spoken right after my panelists with some of those risks that have been flagged about over reliance on foreign sort of AI models. I'll start by saying that currently at the global scene, there are two fundamentally different approaches in developing, or what is driving AI development. We have what we're calling the closed systems versus the open source systems. At Meta, for us, we've made a very clear choice between these two, and we've been advancing and supporting open source development of AI models, and solely for the reason that we believe that leaving this development process in the hands of a few big companies who already have massive infrastructure, have the ability to develop this, will not present a level playing field for many in the world, especially in the global south, and many places where there's potential for innovation. So we believe that Africa is likely to benefit from an open source system of developing AI for various reasons. One, when we're looking at some of the issues which have been raised, I think the first panelist talked about the things we need to take into consideration, but I think one of the areas that he did not speak is about the who have devices that are potentially 2G, and a lot of our countries are still focused on moving others all the way to the 5G sort of network. We still have energy and electricity challenges across Africa. And then we have a lot, when we're talking about in technology, we talk about compute powers. We've talked about, my fellow panelists talked about data and data sovereignty. A lot of these things need data centers. We're talking about compute powers. So Africa is still lagging behind in a lot of that infrastructure discussion. And how then do we frog march to catch up in other places where this is being developed? So that's why the vision that we have at Meta and we're driving of open source is almost challenging the competitive or anti-competitive behaviors, allowing inclusivity. Because in the open source model, what happens is at Meta, we've invested a lot in large language models, AI models like Llama, But with the open source approach, we then allow people to download this technology, build upon it, and while building upon it, then you can train your data, you can answer the question of local context, you can look into your local nuances to then develop solutions that are suitable for your location. So there's a lot of evidence that's already happening across the continent where we're seeing solutions that are being built. We have like Jacaranda that's working in Kenya, that's focused on maternal solutions for women in, I would say, underdeserved areas. We have Fundamate in South Africa working on education, and I think some of these things are deployed even on WhatsApp, solutions that people can easily access information, and all this data is now coming from our continent, but at least allows you to then use the tools that have been deployed, custom make it to your solution. So going back to how is Meta approaching that, how are we ensuring inclusivity? I mean, how are we ensuring that our tools are not necessarily not allowing the inclusivity questions? These are some of the things that we are looking at. So beyond inclusivity, again, as I said, where we believe that Africa is still left behind and there's opportunity, we are also extending not only in building the models and deploying them in an open source approach, but we are also investing largely in other projects like connectivity. For instance, our True Africa cable that has already begun landing in many of the countries across Africa, currently is set to land in at least 10 countries across Africa. It will connect Europe, the Middle East, and Africa, one of the largest submarine cables. And I'm sure it has already landed in Tanzania, landed in Kenya with different partners in the ecosystem that then will allow the the cable is going to support the whole connectivity discussion to provide high-speed internet connecting many countries across Africa. So beyond, developing the models and allowing the openness of the model, there's also investments in infrastructure to address some of those gaps, to address the digital divide. Beyond that, we are also participating in a lot of projects, partnering like with the African Union, whether it's a Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, but we're also looking at the question of language, which is another issue. There was a discussion of many of the models that come from outside have been trained ideally with data that's not ours. I totally would dispute that to a certain extent, in as much as I'm not a seasoned tech person, but I know, for instance, ChatGPT, and I don't work for the owners of ChatGPT, but at least I can speak truth to power. Some of those models were trained here in our continent. So I've heard interesting stories like people who are beginning to write their essays and fighting with their professors who are saying this is AI generated, but because the language is sounding like Nigerians, sounding like Kenyans, some of the people who are part of the training of the data that's used by some of these foreign models. Even as I speak about the open sourcing of the models, we've seen how fast other models can be built. I don't know how many of you have seen the evolution of DeepSeek that came from China, and they used a shorter time, shorter investment compared to all the investments that were done by Llama, but built on Llama to now again provide models and solutions, which I would say at Meta, we support, because this is really a true definition of what we think open source is supposed to do. So in a case where we are left behind in terms of those things, how do we then rely or even support the advancement of resources like this, which maybe the global north is ahead of us, has invested, and we can quickly come into those spaces and find ways to answer our challenges or address our issues. So for us, if the question of how we're building for the continent, how we're looking at inclusivity, how we ensuring that the rights of the people are covered and data sovereignty, I think access to some of those advanced language models remain a critical catalyst, and it removes some of those cost barriers that already exist in developing those models, and then it allows you to deploy some of those models in your local context to drive that drive your agenda, focus on your priorities, and, you still maintain your data sovereignty in that regard.
All right.
So I'll stop there, Haji.
Yes, thank you very much, Sarah, for that wonderful insight about what Meta is doing, particularly on the open source, which I strongly believe is going to help to reduce biasness, because when it's open source, you develop your own, you train it, and then it becomes yours, and the connectivity you are doing right now to bridge that gap. Now, I'm going to go to the second round of questions before I open the floor for questions, in case somebody has. So if you have a question, you can just hold it for just a moment while I go back to Odis. On the issue of public-private partnerships, I know you work in the private sector. Now, what role does the public-private partnership bring in bridging the AI skills and infrastructure gap across the continent? So what are the gaps in infrastructure, for example, policies that you think public-private partnership can bring to remedy the situation?
Thank you, Alhaji. And I'll first want to commend the efforts of Meta in open source. Over the past few years, be machine translation with NLLB and Llama, they've done a lot in ensuring that some of the models that are built are open source so that the whole ecosystem can benefit from that. Now, when it comes to public-private partnership, especially in bridging infrastructure gaps, I think there's a consensus that no one stakeholder can actually solve the infrastructure and capacity building gap. I was in a conversation recently where they mentioned that Africa needs $60 billion to develop and deploy AI at scale. And I don't think governments are going to be the only ones providing those resources. I think it's a combined effort. And I think it's a combination. And I like that in your question, you put there infrastructure and partnership, as well as policy in the same question, because some of these challenges cannot only be solved by infrastructure. Some of these challenges cannot only be solved by policy, but a combination of both. I'll talk, for example, about a question of infrastructure and compute capacity on the continent. One question that keeps coming is, does it make sense for the 54 African countries each to have a data center locally? The amount of resources needed to build and maintain that data center, I don't think so. I think what's needed is policy and regional alignment. I think some countries can share the same data center. I think policies can be there to safeguard the sovereignty of the data. But I don't think of the solution as actually having the actual data centers in all 54 countries on the continent. And to that, I think that there's need to align as a region, as a continent, on how we're going to move forward. And in terms of infrastructure, I think when you look at infrastructure, I think the first thing that comes to mind is compute capacities. Do we have the necessary data centers? But I would like to argue that also things like data set that power AI engines are critical infrastructure of AI. And the collection, creation, and sharing of that data is a core responsibility that should be shared among stakeholders. I know that, for example, Meta has open sourced some data sets. Us as private sector, part of our core work that we do is creating and open sourcing data sets of African languages. And we've so far done it in around 17 countries across the continent. And we couldn't have done it if it wasn't a partnership between us as a private sector, partnership with some of our funders and also governments across the continent. So I think these models where each partner and each stakeholder brings together their own resources and their own strength in order to build the necessary infrastructure like data centers, like a data set is critical in developing, because if it's left only to the government, I don't think it will be able to happen, because it's a huge investment that's needed. Not only is it a huge investment, there's need for very good policy to build an enabling environment for businesses to also invest. I think there have been talks of how do we incentivize, for example, the creation of and deployment of data centers across the continent. As you know, co-location data centers across the continent are we have some of the lowest number of data centers. I think 2% of co-location centers are on the continent. So in order to have the necessary infrastructure and also to what my fellow panelists said, solve also some of the legacy problems of digitalization, like connectivity, local content, all this ecosystem that needs to be there, including access to affordable devices. It needs the collaboration of private sector, and private sector would also categorize private sector because it's not only one stakeholder group. We have companies like Meta, but we also have local ecosystem, private companies that are local, that are trying to solve these problems, and then government to build an enabling environment, and here I'd argue policymakers to look at what can be done to build an enabling business environment for AI businesses to flourish on the continent, and also parliamentarians, of course, to work with governments to build the policies that are needed, and also a collaboration as well of academia and industry. We've seen that a lot of innovations in AI have come from academia. So industry, academia collaboration has been at the center of AI and AI development across the world, and it needs to still be invested in on our continent as well.
Thank you very much, Odis. Yes, indeed, huge investments are needed, and it may be difficult for governments to undertake them. So the way to go is public-private partnerships, where they can have certain policies in terms of co-location, where they can also help to build local content. Thank you very much. Then I move to my brother, Jomani. How can all stakeholders collaborate to ensure that AI frameworks meaningfully reflect the needs and the rights in Africa?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the good question. I think before the stakeholders, we need to know what will be the potential pillars for us to be able to accelerate AI adoption as well as capitalize on the impact of the technology in the continent. I think the first thing is talent. We need to groom and support the right talent so that we can be able to deploy it at scale. We need to invest in infrastructure, shared infrastructure, to reduce duplication, but also maximize the resources we have, but also investing heavily in generating high-quality local data that can be used to train these models, and eventually agreed on shared policies and regulations. So in order to do that, now comes the question of how can the stakeholders work together to achieve that. I believe the government has a very critical role to play. And when I say government, I mean African governments in terms of strategic coordination and collaboration is one of those few things that African governments shouldn't compete, but rather collaborate strategically. Because it's resource intensive, and by competing, we'll only ending up losing instead of getting the strategic advantage that we need as a continent. So government needs to create a level playing field, but also to invest in areas where private sector feels there's less appetite to get involved in. So government needs to get their hands dirty. But I think also we need to encourage upskilling and reskilling of African youth at scale with programs and initiatives that potentially are outside our current traditional education systems, because our current traditional education systems will never be able to catch up in time with these changes and transformation that's happening. We've seen in countries like Nigeria, the programs are 3 million technology talent that His Excellency Minister Bosun Tijani is doing right now to create the next wave of technology talents in Nigeria. I think we believe we need initiatives like that where we can be able to produce talent at a mass and a huge scale. And in order to do that, strategic collaboration between the private sector, academia, and the government is key to achieve those intended results. But also academic and research institutions have a very critical role to play to make sure we have context-relevant solutions that are emerging from our research labs that actually are relevant to our own local context, but also to address issues that within our priorities as a continent and countries. And finally is the issue of data transfer and data sharing between different stakeholders. One of the biggest conundrums that we have as a continent right now when it's come to data and AI is that those who actually produce most of the data, they don't actually use the data. And those who want to use the data, they don't have access to data. So addressing that will be critical in the next wave in terms of how we adapt these technologies. If private companies, whether banks, telecoms, are ready to share some of this data and information with innovators, especially grassroots innovators, for them to develop relevant solutions, then we'll be in a very good position to capitalize on this technology. So I believe at a bigger picture is every stakeholder should play their key role in terms of advancing the technology by primarily looking into how we can build the strongest talent, how we can ensure data collaborative sharing and impact, but also how do we make sure we capitalize on few resources we have, especially computing and overall infrastructure resources, and eventually encourage shared policies and regulation that will make sure there's no duplication of effort between member states. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jumani, for that wonderful answers in terms of ensuring that government actually plays a critical role in bringing everybody on board, and for also taking a look at our education system, particularly the academia, where they can have content that are very relevant to what we are trying to do. Now, before I go to the floor to give you opportunity to ask questions to the panelists, I would like to go back to Sarah. You know, in every country here, there is accountability in terms of what you do and what you cannot do. These are guided by local laws and at the same time, to a large extent, by international obligations. Now, what concrete accountability mechanisms is Meta willing to adopt beyond voluntary principles in terms of accountability?
Thank you so much, Haji. So, of course, beyond their own voluntary or self-regulated mechanisms that we've put in place, and I'll assure you they're extremely rigorous, because when we speak about AI, there's a lot of discussions happening now for the tech people. There's always people who are trying to remind people there's a difference between AI and generative AI. A lot of the discussions we're having now are really around generative AI. But we've been using AI for more than a decade in terms of our platforms, what is done on our platforms. For instance, on some of our platforms like Facebook, AI has been driving a lot of, I would say, the content moderation. You know, there are lots of tools that we use to look at the platform, review for violations at scale. So AI has been truly part and parcel of a lot of the things that we do. And we believe we are still one of the pioneers in terms of AI, in the AI space. But beyond that, I think a lot of the questions in terms of accountability have become more a global concern, and of course, a concern even on our continent. And many of the other panelists have spoken a lot. Now, when we think about accountability, we'll think about maybe policies, how we want to regulate. I think what I would like to change this conversation to is a little bit of what they've alluded to, and it's really around the need for harmonization. Because a lot of technology is now operating in a global space, and many of the companies will then be global companies. So it is truly, truly it's called painstaking. It's very painful and almost impossible to adhere to rules in all the countries in the world. For instance, Meta Platforms serves almost 3.8 billion people across the globe. And each and every country trying to regulate AI might not be the solution to what we are trying to address. So we call for more harmonized approach. As I said, in Africa level, I think we really commend the efforts of the AI strategy across AU, and we hope as we go along, we will see a lot more direction from that in our local contents on the questions they've talked about in terms of regulation. Even when we're talking about data sovereignty, more and more we are seeing people wanting companies like ours to set up data centers or keep the data in that space. But there's a lot of cross-border data flows that beyond even our platforms, like when we're talking about payments, we're talking about people in the fintech, there's how will we make Africa trade make sense when every country is saying, keep our data only on our data space. So we have to have more conversations around what do those frameworks look like, what do those rules look like, and more at a harmonized place so that we can allow the innovation to happen. Other than that, I think we will not be headed in the right direction. We also advocate for simple and predictable rules, right? Sometimes I feel, or we believe that we're trying to cure for sometimes unimaginable risks. There's a lot of conversations which I go back to the Gen AI space where people will say, AI will replace humans. I don't know in which century or time that will happen, because the truth of the matter, if you ask the tech gurus, we train the AI does not train us. At some point, it will become smarter based on what we do, but many of these, at some point, AI might write those models, but still, they are guided by us. So I don't believe there'll be a time that AI will totally replace humans. They might replace jobs that humans do, but they might create other jobs. So it's really a balance between what are those specific risks. Ultimately, the arguments are, it might be too early to regulate because the environment changes so fast. The challenges you think of yesterday, innovation has frog marched last night to this morning. There's new innovation. You can ask the ones who create every day. So I think it's important when we think about those accountability mechanisms beyond the ones that most of the companies are trying to think, how do we address certain challenges? It's how do we then come together to look at a more enabling framework to allow the innovation and to reduce the most present risks that we see. And so just to finalize, I think there are many debates that happen when we are thinking about, or where I know many of our companies are pinned. So there's a concern of AI and misinformation, deep fakes and all those things. There's the concern I said about existential risks, like AI will replace people, AI will start shooting people, those kind of risks that people imagine could exist. There's questions around copyright, the future of work, sustainability. And I think that that's where we should spend more time thinking about how are some of those things being addressed. As a company, we've looked, it's almost a risk-based approach to those concerns of AI. So the accountability mechanisms we think about, or we are happy to embrace beyond that, at least should have those values or principles that I've laid out.
Thank you very much, Sarah. I would like to see if there are any questions on the floor that anyone would like to ask a question. But I think it's very clear that we need to harmonize our regulations, and we need to harmonize our laws. Because when you are serving, hundreds of countries, and each one wants to come with their own policies, it may be difficult because these are innovations that keep changing. Yes, I have two honorable members over there that you can ask the questions. I will take 3 questions because we need to wrap up. So I'll take 3 questions and then I'll allow them to answer before I give them 1 minute each. Go ahead, Honorable.
Yes, good morning. Thank you. Excellent presentation by the panelists. I am Honorable Adedeji Stanley Olajide, a parliamentarian from Nigeria. Oh, sorry. Standing on existing protocol, again, I am Honorable Adedeji Stanley Olajide, parliamentarian from Nigeria. Excellent presentation. But there was a comment by my sister about being too early to regulate. I want to push back a bit on that, because in the foundation of modeling, you can set controls, which basically will guide the outcome of your model. So we know things we don't want AI to do, which is to cross the ethical lines that we as human beings have established. So using those controls in the models, we can actually regulate if I'm making sense. We can actually regulate the areas in which we do not want AI to actually obstruct. But I must say, AI is here to stay. There is no going back on that. We will continue to push, but we must regulate AI in order for us to not be behind. We should be in front rather than being behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. We move to another Honorable. I don't want to be biased as a Honorable member as well, but it seems the Honorable members are the ones asking the questions. Yes, go ahead before I have anybody else from this side.
Thank you. Yes. Anthony Suma, Member of Parliament from Ghana. And let me commend the panelists. They've done a wonderful job. Mine is not a question as such, but a contribution to the first question regarding the role governments can play. Particularly in Africa, African governments will have to be deliberate in their investment in AI. Or else, we will be forced to deal with the vulnerabilities. We must be deliberate in investing in the experts, the innovators, research institutions, and infrastructure. I think these are areas that we can get our head around and work in unanimity in terms of our investments. Because if we allow our innovators, they cannot compete with the tech giants, so we'll always be behind. And then we have to deal with the biases and all the risks. So I think that African governments should get our act together and decide on where to invest, particularly in research, in our tech innovators, and infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Any more questions? We quite agree with you on that. We need to develop our infrastructure and also to ensure that we invest heavily in the AI because they are here to stay. Yes? And you can introduce yourself when you take the mic. Now, I'm going to take, after this one more question, and then I get back to the floor. Yes, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Arif Saleh Mohammed. I'm a management consultant. I do change in organizations. As far as the labor market is concerned, from my point of view on AI, I think it'll actually increase. Obviously, some jobs will go, but there will be a huge increase and there will be a huge need for people to be ethical, for which there needs to be a lot of security, just like all these other podiums we see on the gosh, what do you call them again? Sorry, my RAM is not working this morning, but there's a lot of security which watches what people do in these media platforms. And therefore, the ethics of this will need to be really intact, and that's where the increase will come in. That means as a community, there's a need to be a bit more ethical than we probably thought we were. Looking at what happens on the net right now, what people put in, and the filtering and the non-filtering of it, and the effect it has on people, their psyches, and even their lives. That's all I had to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I go to the last question. There is one lady over there at the back. And that's the last question, and then I'll come back to the floor so that they can give answers and also give their closing remarks. Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone.
Oh, that's Dr. Silva.
Yes.
You're welcome.
Dr. Sylvia Saterge, I'm from South Africa, and I'm also the member of the MEG. There's a saying that machines are learning and people are glued, because we are always looking at our gadgets and missing behind the learning. And I always say that while AI can augment and really make things possible, if you're not clever, you can't use AI. So I just want to maybe make a submission that says, whatever we do, let it be a people-centered approach. Let's not lag behind and lose on learning, because we are relying on the machines that are going to learn for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let me come back to the panel. I start with Odis. You can, if you want to respond to any of the questions, and also you can give your last word as well, together, because we are almost running out of time.
Yeah, I would like to make a comment on the two comments from the members of parliament. One, I think that is very true. We will need to actually invest in the development and deployment of AI on the continent. And I mentioned a figure of one study that said that there is a need for $60 billion to to invest in AI in the next 5 years. And I'm wondering if we haven't outsourced the need for those resources. Because if you go around and ask many of the governments, they will probably tell you they'll work with partners to ensure that there's those investments. But how much of the budget is actually going towards the development and deployment of AI? And I think that's the thing that needs to be talked about, because if we don't invest in the development and deployment, then we will become once again, I'd say, I don't want to use the word victims, but victims of the fourth industrial revolution, where we produce data, which is the raw materials, and we're consumers of the end products, which is the AI solutions. So I think to ensure that the same cycle doesn't happen again in this new industrial revolution, we need to ensure that value creation is there locally and is supported through visible investments. And on the second thing, when it comes to regulation, I think there's definitely need for regulation, but regulation that's future-proofed and that allows for sandboxes, because the evolving nature of AI and other emerging technologies is at a very unprecedented speed. So some of the use cases, or how a user, be an institution or a person, can use a particular AI technology might not be what even the developer or the company that made it intended to be used for. So having sandboxes where we can learn from a small scale of early users and then adapt the regulation going forward will need to be put in place. It's something that we need to think about. It's something that's being done for fintech, for example, in many countries with many of the central bank regulators, and something that will need to be done also for AI. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Jumani.
I think to me, two key things, because we're talking about governance. I agree with my colleagues that regulation is a critical part and we should pay attention to regulation, but I think we should rethink regulation. We should be very flexible and innovative on how we regulate. I think the role of regulator as we look at the future of AI should be to facilitate and not to police, to create an environment where these innovations and technologies can be tested in a safe environment, whereby by the time they're being adapted, at least we know what we're adapting. One challenge we'll have is even the developers and people who are actually working on this technology don't know how tomorrow will look like. So we are going to be regulating something that we completely don't understand. And if we are not flexible, we'll constantly say, stop, because we don't understand what's going to happen. So I think it's critical to be more of facilitative approach rather than policing approach when it's come to regulation. And second, I would like to emphasize what one of our colleagues, our sister back there said. I think everything that we should do and develop should be people-centered, should be feasible, should be desirable, should be viable, and at the end of the day, it should be ethical, because these technologies are good, but at the same time are really bad if they're not used in a good way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Sarah?
I must start by saying that I'm very happy with my co-panelists, that this is the first time I believe I'm sitting in a panel that is not Meta versus the people. So I'm happy that we're speaking one language. And maybe just to add a little bit to many of the points they've said, especially around regulation, Honorable Oladije, I think saying too early to regulate does not mean don't regulate. I think, as I said before, we can break down some of these concerns, like data protection and privacy is one particular area, and many of our countries have developed regulations around that. Could we revisit that in the context of AI and look at what are those risks and what can be shelved under those particular laws? I think we're seeing, for instance, in Europe, there has been a quick race to overregulation to a point that we are arguing research is now showing that Europe is being left behind in innovation. Nothing big is coming out of Europe now because of overregulation. So, as they have said, because of the sort of dynamic nature of what is happening. Some of the developers don't know what will happen tomorrow, where they are headed to. How do we come together to figure out what are the immediate risks? What are those risks? Well, that's why we really advocate for a risk-based approach in how we regulate, to say we are concerned about children and children's data. We are concerned about personal data. We are concerned about security, national security, military, kind of things, and think about how then do we put safeguards or guardrails in that area. So maybe when I say too early to regulate, I would say maybe it does not mean do not regulate, but let's center the discussions around very key areas and principles as to how to answer that. And I also want to just echo the point of regulatory sandboxes. We're seeing a lot of, as he said, in the fintech space especially, and many of our regulators are now developing that model, but how do we bring certain innovations that we want to deploy in the market and work with the regulators and the private sectors to test it for a while so that we can see when deployed where are the concerns, so that when we regulate, we know we are responding to sort of real threats or real challenges as opposed to imaginable risks. So maybe I'll stop there. I agree with the honorable member from Ghana. We spoke about the investments, really deliberate effort by government to put money, bet on, big bets on it, and also to create environments where this innovation will thrive. And of course, I echo the sentiments from my sister from South Africa and from a people-centered approach. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all my panelists. Let's give them a big round of applause for the wonderful presentation they've made. We want to thank Odis from Digital Umuganda, and Jumani from Sahara Ventures, and Sarah from Meta. Thank you so much for coming. And I think at the end of this panel discussions, I think what is clear is that AI is here to stay. And we must work together as our governments to ensure we collaborate in the regulation that we actually make. But we must also remember regulations must not deter innovation. That's very clear. But we must invest in our people, but above all, we must invest in infrastructure if Africa wants to move on to the next stage. Thank you all very much. And I'm really, very grateful. And that's the reason why we have this panel. It was not like a push and pull, but just to be able to share ideas, to see what we can do to move this continent forward. Thank you all very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's extend a warm round of applause to our panelists and the moderator for raising the curtain for this day's session. I'm delighted to inform you that the guest of honor this morning has already arrived, and momentarily he will be touring on the booth, and then he will join us in here. As soon as he arrives, we will all be standing, ushered by the brass band to welcome him into the room, which will then be followed by the singing of the anthems. We're going to do the Tanzania's anthem and that of the African Union. This will then be followed by introductory remarks by Engineer Leo Magomba, Director of ICT Infrastructure, Ministry of Communication and Information Technology of the Republic of Tanzania, to be followed by the remarks on behalf of the Dar es Salaam Regional Commissioner. Then we shall have Mr. Vincent Wen, Board Member, VP of Huawei Tanzania, to give us his remarks as well. Then Ms. Millennium Malamla, representative from AfIGF Youth Task Force, will give us the remarks. And then we shall have the floor that will include speeches and entertainment, to be followed by or concluded by the remarks by the guest of honor, a couple of photo sessions, and then we shall proceed with the discussions as they're indicated on the program. In the meantime, as we wait for all of that to happen, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to request the technical team to play the relevant videos, and as soon as we are ready to start the program, we will notify you. Thank you very much. Two other announcements. This has been found. So if you know you've dropped your veil, please let me know and I'll pass it on back to you. Number two, we have translation devices in the room, this room, but in all other breakaway rooms. So when you leave this room, kindly do not carry the translation device with you. Leave it on your chair, on the desk. In the room that you will be going, you will find translation devices in those rooms as well. But in the meantime, if someone has dropped this beautiful, beautiful cloth, let me know. I'm seated right at the front and I'll pass it back to you. Thank you.
Tanzania.
Nitailinda na kuitetea Katiba ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania kwa mujibu wa sheria iliyowekwa. Mwenyezi Mungu nisaidie.
The United Republic of Tanzania, a country within the African Great Lakes region, and it is an East African country known for its vast wilderness areas. They include the plains of Serengeti National Park, a safari mecca populated by the Big Five, the elephant, lion, leopard, buffalo, and rhino, and the Kilimanjaro National Park, home to Africa's highest mountain. In the offshore lies the tropical islands of Zanzibar and Mafia, with a marine park home to whales, sharks, and coral reefs. Tanzania's digital transformation journey has not been easy. Like other countries, Tanzania established e-government agency back in 2012. These early efforts made by the government of Tanzania were to begin the first stage of digital transformation journey, which was digitization managed by e-government. The government of Tanzania established the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology to set a ground into a second stage of digitalization and transforming this beautiful, blessed country of Africa. In contrast to the first stage of digitization managed by e-government, the ministry came into place to enforce digitalization and provide e-governance in the country. Through this e-governance initiative, the ministry managed to prepare the first and 10 years digital economy strategic framework that was launched by Her Excellency, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, on July 29, 2024. To set the foundation for implementation of digital economy, the ministry prepared the Tanzania Enterprise Architecture Framework, the Tanzania Interoperability and Standardization Framework, the Digital Public Infrastructure Blueprint, and the 2024 Tanzania Technology Stack. Tanzania Stack includes a set of open APIs and digital public goods that aim to unlock the economic primitives of identity, data, and payments at population scale. The stack has 3 layers, namely enabling layer, digital public infrastructure layer, and application layer. The three key pillars of this Tanzania technology stack is found on the DPI layer. To name them are digital payment, digital identity, and data sharing. These three pillars in the stack have been named using the beautiful Swahili language, which is originating from Tanzania, namely Jamii Namba as digital identity, Jamii Malipo as digital payment, and Jamii Exchange as data exchange. Tanzania has seen Jamii Namba issued to over 25 million residents who are over 18 years. The efforts are ongoing to issue the number to under 18 years of age. The Jamii Malipo, which is interoperable digital financial service, sets a platform for over 1,000 transactions that go through Tanzania instant payment system daily that also connects all mobile money, banks, and non-banks. The efforts are ongoing to have Jamii Namba enabled payment that is expected to raise the economy of this country of East Africa. The third pillar of the stack, located in the DPI layer, is Jamii Exchange, which sets the platform for data exchange. Tanzania has locally developed the first homegrown solution, probably in the Horn of Africa, that facilitates a smooth data exchange engine built with the consent at the core. The Jamii Exchange has privacy and security by design, and at the center of this engine, it is personal data protection. Jamii Exchange comes at the right time where African countries need to have a platform for cross-border data flow. To strengthen the e-governance through the ministry, the government established ICT Commission, which is responsible for overseeing national ICT policy, enacted the 2022 Personal Data Protection Act, and established its course for Cross-Border Protection Commission. These and many more efforts has set Tanzania readiness to enter into personal government stage, which is the highest stage, and a vision obtained after successful digital transformation. With personal government, Jamii Portal and Jamii Wallet are among building blocks and use cases that will see the country smoothly transform itself among global digital economic powers. With Jamii Exchange, the President of Tanzania, Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, is proud to welcome all African countries to participate on this Suluhu platform for cross-border data sharing between countries. It is high time now Africa sets regulatory framework to enable use of data sharing within and outside the borders by leveraging the Jamii Exchange, developed by African innovators for African people to support digital transformation in Africa for economic development of our people. God bless Tanzania, God bless Africa, na kazi iendelee. Tanzania.
Nitailinda na kuitetea Katiba ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania kwa mujibu wa sheria iliyowekwa. Ee Mwenyezi Mungu nisaidie.
The United efforts are ongoing to have Jamii number-enabled payment that is expected to raise the economy of this country of East Africa. The third pillar of the stack, located in the DPI layer, is Jamii Exchange, which sets the platform for data exchange. Tanzania has locally developed the first homegrown solution, probably in the Horn of Africa, that facilitate a smooth data exchange engine built with the consent at the core. The Jamii Exchange has privacy and security by design, and at the center of this engine, it is personal data protection. Jamii Exchange comes at the right time where African countries need to have a platform for cross-border data flow. To strengthen the e-governance through the ministry, the government established ICT Commission, which is responsible for overseeing national ICT policy, enacted the 2022 Personal Data Protection Act, and established its course for Cross-Border Protection Commission. These and many more efforts has set Tanzania readiness to enter into personal government stage, which is the highest stage and a vision obtained after successful digital transformation. With personal government, Jamii Portal and Jamii Wallet are among building blocks and use cases that will see the country smoothly transform itself among global digital economic powers. With Jamii Exchange, the President of Tanzania, Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, is proud to welcome all African countries to participate on this Suluhu platform for cross-border data sharing between countries. It is high time now Africa sets regulatory framework to enable use of data sharing within and outside the borders by leveraging the Jamii Exchange developed by African innovators for African people to support digital transformation in Africa for economic development of our people. God bless Tanzania. God bless Africa. Na kazi iendelee. Tanzania.
Nitailinda na kuitetea Katiba ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania kwa mujibu wa sheria iliyowekwa. Ee Mwenyezi Mungu nisaidie.
The United Republic of Tanzania, a country within the African Great Lakes region, and it is an East African country known for its vast wilderness areas. They include the plains of Serengeti National Park, a safari mecca populated by the Big Five, the elephant, lion, leopard, buffalo, and rhino, and the Kilimanjaro National Park, home to Africa's highest mountain. In the offshore lies the tropical islands of Zanzibar and Mafia, with a marine park home to whales, sharks, and coral reefs. Tanzania's digital transformation journey has not been easy. Like other countries, Tanzania established e-government agency back in 2012. These early efforts made by the government of Tanzania were to begin the first stage of digital transformation journey, which was digitization managed by e-government. The government of Tanzania established the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology to set a ground into a second stage of digitalization and transforming this beautiful, blessed country of Africa. In contrast to the first stage of digitization managed by e-government, the ministry came into place to enforce digitalization and provide e-governance in the country. Through this e-governance initiative, the ministry managed to prepare the first and 10 years digital economy strategic framework that was launched by Her Excellency, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, on July 29, 2024. To set the foundation for implementation of digital economy, the ministry prepared the Tanzania Enterprise Architecture Framework, the Tanzania Interoperability and Standardization Framework, the Digital Public Infrastructure Blueprint, and the 2024 Tanzania Technology Stack. Tanzania Stack includes a set of open APIs and digital public goods that aim to unlock the economic primitives of identity, data, and payments at population scale. The stack has 3 layers, namely enabling layer, digital public infrastructure layer, and application layer. The 3 key pillars of this Tanzania technology stack is found on the DPI layer. To name them are digital payment, digital identity, and data sharing. These 3 pillars in the stack have been named using the beautiful Swahili language, which is originating from Tanzania, namely Jamii Namba as digital identity, Jamii Malipo as digital payment, and Jamii Exchange as data exchange. Tanzania has seen Jamii Namba issued to over 25 million residents who are over 18 years. The efforts are ongoing to issue the number to under 18 years of age. The Jamii Malipo, which is interoperable digital financial service, sets a platform for over 1,000 transactions that go through Tanzania instant payment system daily that also connects all mobile money, banks, and non-banks. The efforts are ongoing to have Jamii Namba enabled payment that is expected to raise the economy of this country of East Africa. The 3rd pillar of the stack, located in the DPI layer, is Jamii Exchange, which sets the platform for data exchange. Tanzania has locally developed the first homegrown solution, probably in the Horn of Africa, that facilitate a
And in that, we have done the number of initiatives in terms of transforming the government systems to improve service delivery. We also made the national digital identity system so that to have the number of, to ensure all the citizens in the country are digitally identified. Also, we have improved what we call the National Jamii Exchanger platform, the system that integrates all the systems to improve service delivery. And through that, we managed to develop what we call the system called Digital Ledger to improve the National Revenue Authority for revenue collection and all that. But also, we improved the system from multiple government institutions for the sake of making sure that core business operations are operated digitally, and all that. My colleagues also will state some of the initiatives as well.
Honorable Ministers, as the country, we are implementing National Physical Addressing System. It is an identification system. It is an identification system through house numbers, street names, and postcode. We have implemented countrywide following the directives of Honorable President Samia Suluhu Hassan, as she directed to implement it countrywide through special operation known as Operation Anwani za Makazi in 2022. Now in the country, we have more than 12 million physical addresses registered as the country. And it is very important as one of the tools to enhance digital economy. As it is mentioned, we have a digital economy strategy in place in the country. Now, we have to implement that strategy, and we need physical addresses as one of the very important tools. It helps us to fasten home deliveries in the country. It helps us to improve identification issues within the country, as we now know where to deliver services in case of emergencies and everything. We have addressed the whole country in all 26 regions in Tanzania mainland and all 5 regions in Tanzania Zanzibar. And we also are in good position to improve our security issues and home deliveries, and we have integrated the system with all other service deliveries systems in the country. That is the National Physical Addressing System. As you can see in our screen, here we are, address number 10, Shaban Robert Street, and that's the postcode. Yeah, so everything is now digitally, and citizen can access some services through a National Physical Addressing System. You can download, you can install in your devices, and you can navigate from one place to another when you're in Tanzania through the National Physical Addressing System. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. How are you? Really a pleasure to welcome you to the ICANN booth, the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. With me is June, my colleague. My name is Bob Ochieng. I'm a Senior Director at ICANN. Of course, we are hosted by the lovely Gabriel here from Tanzania. ICANN is responsible for coordinating Internet unique identifiers, you know, the dots of this world. And I'm sure you are very much familiar with .tz. So every country has got an equivalent dot. So .tz for Tanzania, .ke for Kenya, .ug for Uganda. And we make sure that, you know, that name is globally acceptable and usable and unique, so that if you do TCRA
we have a project of data center in the ACAS region. We also have a project in the SADC region, which is also a data center. The rest are in ECOWAS and then East Africa, which are all extension of fiber optic cables. So we are here to attract investment to support these countries develop.
Interested in the potential benefits of the internet involved in its development. So we do all kinds of work. We do some fellowship programs to help people engage in multi-stakeholder governance of the internet. We also do fellowships to help people develop their careers in this, and we do grant making as well. So we do quite a bit of funding in the field. We're actually one of today's sponsors for Africa IGF, and we fund many IGFs all over the world, across Africa, across all regions, and even the global IGF. We also, we're based both in the United States and Switzerland, or where our two key offices are, but we have staff all over the world, more than 30 different countries. We also work with a network of what are called Internet Society chapters, and these are sort of grassroots affiliate organizations that start up really in any country where they want to be doing the same sort of work that we support. So we even have an Internet Society Tanzania chapter, and they've been doing some great work here. They're especially interested in building up affordable connectivity solutions, so supporting what we call community networks. These are sort of low-cost internet cooperatives, sort of like a local ISP. And so they've actually built a really nice project right here in Kigamboni, which we saw earlier this week. It's sort of a low-cost network where they have certain members that pay in and can have an internet service. Who is powering it? It's Internet Society Tanzania. The ISP, it's TTL or TTCL, yeah. Yeah, so they sort of are able to purchase it in bulk, and then it's sort of distributed through a cooperative organization. It's about 15,000 Tanzanian shillings, yeah. Yeah, month to month, yeah. Yeah, so that's some of the work we do, and they of course do a lot of outreach, and we support outreach on helping people, especially in rural areas, learning how to use the internet safely online, how to avoid scams, how to, I guess, safely encrypt emails, things like that, and keep themselves safe. Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
We usually have a good partnership with our chapters. For example, the Tanzania chapter that has been very integral in this event as well, and in many other countries. So we have close to, I think, over 120 chapters in different countries all over the world, and individual membership of more than 1,000 individuals and even 80 organizations. So again, our work is very focused on helping the people to have an open, globally secure experience, trustworthy experience online. And we can't do that without our chapters. We can't do that without the members and the people. And so thank you for also being here and for inviting us. Karibuni sana. Yes. Asante sana.
We are working on the national ICT backbone and also the rural coverage projects. And so the whole idea for Huawei is trying to see how we can accelerate national digital transformation in Africa. And so that is why in Huawei, the theme currently is we are now moving away from bridging the digital divide to public services intelligence. Why? Because we already do have solutions. Actually, we are implementing solutions already in Tanzania, meaning no matter how remote the village is, we do have a solution to get it connected to the national grid. And that is what we are calling the digital village. But now, the aspect, once they are connected, what else? What next? And that is the aspect of now bringing in the intelligence or public service intelligence. And with that, allow me just show you this. So the whole idea is, if I have my national ID, I don't have to carry a wallet. I should be able to go to a hospital. They know me, they know my details. I can be able to get healthcare services. I should be able to walk to a school. They get my details from the school. I don't have to carry documents. And so this is the aspect of a digital society. And having everything connected digitally, the government is digitally connected, the economy is digitally connected. And what does Huawei do? Huawei works on the infrastructure. We build the infrastructure, and the whole idea is the infrastructure is not owned by Huawei. The infrastructure is the property of the government of Tanzania. And that's why with the national cloud infrastructure, there are 3 S's which are very significant. It is secure, it is sovereign, and it is synergized, meaning everything is communicating and directly with each other. And from that, I could just show you the most important aspect is the data enablement. Basically, data from Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health, NSSF should all be integrated together from one platform. But in order for it to be integrated to one platform, that is where the aspect of the national cloud comes in. And so the beauty with Huawei is we are not only looking at the government side, we're also looking at the private sector side and the small enterprises. That is why we have also introduced a lot of industry solutions for government, for hospitals, for hotels, retail shops, schools, factories, name it, name the type of industry. We have a solution that has been optimized and customized for that aspect. An example would be right there on the booth. There are a set of equipment for, they give you the quality of an enterprise, a big and large enterprise, but for customized for like a retail shop, which you have, let's say, 20 users, 30 users. So you need the experience and quality of the services. At the same time, I don't need to get something that is very expensive because you'll increase on my cost very high. And so that is how we are optimizing the different solutions in Huawei in order to fit each and every aspect and sector in the government of Tanzania. Thank you so much. This information can easily be shared with you. We shall be able to share with you. Yes, please.
So you have a website?
Yes, yes. Yes, sir. It's actually accessible from the books. Thank you very much.
Welcome to Tanzania Telecommunication Corporation's booth, and in front of you are Ms. Farida Abdulmalik Kabemera. Through our national ICT backbone, we have managed to extend net fiber connectivity to 112 districts out of 139 districts, and through that we have managed to reach all citizens in our country with internet services. Through that, to 112 districts in our country, and the construction of fiber is still continuing, whereby we have coverage of 14,000 kilometers so far. With that coverage, we are able to provide fiber to the home service, whereby we provide internet service to households all over the country, and our citizens provide zero installation costs, and they are only required to pay for monthly bundles only. And also, TTCL manages our national NIDC, National Data Center, whereby we provide storage capacity to operators and organizations in the country. And through that, this is very much managed by our national ICT backbone, whereby you can see that map there, which shows our coverage throughout the country. And right now we have been able to route to Aikolo, Mombasa, also in Johannesburg, which means we can transfer our data connectivity from the landing station of the undersea cables, Seacom Easy to Africa and many more, all the way from Dar es Salaam to Mombasa. This enables connectivity of internet throughout the country and across our neighboring countries. As you can see this topology, we have POPs all around our borders, around the country. We have our POP at Mtambaswala in Mozambique, we have our POP at Malawi, Tunduma, we have a POP at Rusumo, Mtukula, Horohoro, Namanga, and many others. This enables intensive fiber coverage across our country and enables us to serve our neighboring countries with internet. Also, apart from all those services, we also have mobile services whereby we have phones, we have routers, we have these portable Wi-Fis whereby one can, yes, and it uses fiber. When you have fiber connection at your home, you also have this. And with fiber, you are able to access, you are able to get services like, yes, and with fiber to your home, you'll get internet, which will enable you to get Netflix, YouTube, and all internet services that you require, as long as you have fiber at your services. And our packages are very affordable. They're not very expensive for our normal citizens to access. We are TTCL, Tanzania Telecommunications Corporations. And we manage the national ICT backbone together with the National Internet Data Center. Yes. You're warmly welcome. Yes, yes, yes. And we serve all other operators in the country. Yes, asante, karibu sana. Inatumia namba za TTCL. 0, this one. Yeah, karibu. Telecommunications Corporation.
Good afternoon, sir. You're warmly welcome to Radi Group of Companies. Radi Group of Companies is a local-owned consolidation of 4 companies owned by Tanzanian, 100% owned by Tanzanian. It's a company whereby it has more than 400 employees. Hello? More than 400 employees who are Tanzanian, 100%. And it's a group of Rad Fiber Solution as one of the first company. And then we come with Rad Fiber Manufacturing, Rad Fiber, Rad Electronics, and Rad Digital. I'll take this opportunity to hand over to my fellow Herman to tell us the journey of the inception of all the 4 companies from the beginning up to now when we are heading to the launching of the Rad Electronics company.
Thank you. My name is Herman. Yes, we will start by thanking our government of Tanzania, where they have extended the fiber connectivity, as my colleague was explaining, to the district levels. Now, as Rad Fiber, our aim is to extend the fiber connectivity from the district levels to the ward levels. And who is doing that activity? We have the company called Rad Fiber Solution, who is the main contractor of fibers. They are the ones who will be constructing the fiber from the district levels to the ward levels. Now, once we have extended the fiber, who is going to manufacture that fiber that we'll be using to extend it? We have the company called Rad Fiber Manufacturing, who is the main factory which is producing the optic fiber cables and all the accessories which will be used to extend the fiber coverage from the district levels to the ward levels. Once we have extended the fiber, who is going to provide the internet for the use of the citizens at the district levels and ward levels? We have the company called Rad Digital, who is the main ISP, who will be providing the internet to the citizens at the ward levels, where we have Rad Electronics, which will be the factory, the main factory that will be launched very soon, where we'll be assembling smartphones, as we can see. All the electronic gadgets will be assembled at our factory in Mkuranga. And also, TTCL, yes, TTCL is creating the backbone from the national level to the district levels. We as Rad Fiber, we are extending it now from the district levels to the ward levels, to the home users, yes, to the distribution. Last mile, yes, yes.
we have a factory in Mkuranga whereby it has got capacity of producing well established. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. Yes. Son. I wanted to introduce to my CEO, Mr. Ramadan. This is the vision man is Mr. Ramadan. This is our CEO, Mr. Ramadan, who has got this vision of all these companies. Yes, this is. Thank you for coming.
Karibu Mheshimiwa, sisi ni mfuko wa taifa wa bima ya afya, National Health Insurance Fund. Na tupo hapa kwa ajili ya kuonyesha kwamba tunapoenda kuimplement bima ya afya kwa wote, tumeamua kwenda kidijitali zaidi. Na sasa tuna miaka 20 tangu mfuko wa taifa wa bima ya afya uanze. Ndio. Kwa hiyo kwa sababu tunaenda kwenye bima ya afya kwa wote, tumeona tukitumia mifumo itakuwa ni rahisi kuweza kuwafikia wananchi wengi kwa zaidi. Na kwa sasa hivi tumeanza kuimplement mfumo ambao tunauita ni NHIF self service, ambao mwanachama ataingia ndani na kuweza kujisajili. Ataweza kuona wanachama aliowasajili, ataweza kuona huduma anazozipata hospitalini, lakini pia na kuweza kucontrol matumizi ya kadi zake pale anapokuwa kwenye kituo cha huduma. Na huduma hii mtu yoyote sehemu yoyote anaweza kuipata. Ndio.
So the rest of us will all go inside, and Honorable Minister Jerry will wait. Once we are all settled, this is when he will come inside. Thank you so much. We shall go in through this side. Thank you. Hold on, Honorable. Now we have some presents. TCL. May I request all of us now to get into Selous as we are officially starting the program. We are starting the program now. All of us, please let's get into the Selous.
Yeah, brass band, fanfare please.
delegates, we may sit. Delegates, may I request you to raise up to receive the guest of honor. Thank you very much. Guest of honor, dear delegates, please get ready for Tanzania National Anthem and African Union Anthem. Brass band will take charge. Thank you very much. Guest of honor, ministers, delegates, please. Honorable Jelly Williams, Minister for Communication and Information Technology from United Republic of Tanzania. Our guest of honor, Honorable Aragiemboy, a chair of Africa Internet Governance Forum. Honorable Moses Kunkuye, Minister for the Republic of Malawi. Honorable Lamin Jabil, a Minister for the Republic of Gambia. Honorable Dr. Boka Michael, a representative of the Minister from the Republic of Chad. Honorable Sotomane Kasimo, representative of the Minister from the Republic of Mozambique. Honorable Soli Malat, a Deputy Minister of the Republic of South Africa. We recognize the presence of the ministers who are participating visually. Honorable Edward Mpogolo, Ilala District Commissioner, a representative of Dar es Salaam Regional Commissioner, Member of Parliament from United Republic of Tanzania, permanent secretaries, head of institutions, sponsors, development partners, delegates from member states, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. Habari za asubuhi. Karibuni sana. Honorable guest of honor, you are here to participate on the official opening session of the 14th Africa Internet Governance Forum here in Dar, Tanzania. The theme of this forum is Empowering Africa Digital Future. Honorable guest of honor, allow me to invite Engineer Leo Magomba, Director of ICT Infrastructure, Minister of Communication and Information Technology, for an introductory remarks. You are welcome, Director Magomba.
Honorable Jelly Williams, Minister of Communication and Information Technology of the United Republic of Tanzania, distinguished guests, it is with great pleasure and profound optimism that I stand before you all at the opening ceremony of the Internet Governance Forum. The Africa Internet Governance Forum is a multi-stakeholder platform where representatives from governments, civil society, the private sector, technical communities, and academia come together to discuss and shape the future of the Internet in Africa. It serves as a primary forum for dialogue, collaboration, and knowledge sharing on Internet governance issues specific to the African continent. Paragraph 72 of the Tunisia Agenda set the mandate of the IGF to discuss public policy issues related to the key elements of Internet governance in order to foster the sustainability, robustness, security, stability, and the development of the Internet. Facilitate discourse between bodies dealing with different cross-cutting international public policies regarding the Internet, and discuss issues that do not fall within the scope of any existing body, interface with the appropriate intergovernmental organization and other institutions on matter under the purview, facilitate the exchange of information and best practices, and in this regard, make full use of the expertise of the academic, scientific, and technical communities. Advise all stakeholders in proposing way and means to accelerate the availability and affordability of the internet in the developing world. Strengthen and enhance the engagement of stakeholders in existing and all future internet governance mechanisms, particularly those from developing countries. Identify emerging issues, bring them to the attention of the relevant bodies and the general public, and where appropriate, make recommendations. Contribute to the capacity building for internet governance in developing countries, drawing full on local resources and of knowledge and expertise. Promote and access on an ongoing basis the embodiment of WISI's principles in internet governance processes. Discuss inter alia issues related to the critical internet resources. Help to find a solution to the issues arising from the use and misuse of the internet of particular concern to everyday users, and publish its proceedings. Based on this mandate, the African Internet Governance Forum is hereby to address regional challenges, share best practice, and work towards building the shared understanding of African role in global internet governance. This year's forum is hosted by the government of the United Republic of Tanzania and an overarching theme, Empowering Africa Digital Future. The forum is conducted in a hybrid format, allowing both in-person and virtual participation. Over 1,200 participants from various nations have been registered. The program consists of the high-level ministerial roundtable, main session, intergenerational dialogues, workshop, and a strategic policy discussion. The Day Zero pre-event took place yesterday on the 29th May, which included a parliamentarian track and a youth track. In addition, the African School for Internet Governance, AfriSIG, took place from 23rd to 28th May 2025 here in Dar es Salaam. After this meeting, the Africa Internet Governance Forum will provide its recommendations into the annual Global Internet Governance Forum, a United Nations convened platform that focuses on global internet policy and governance. Having said so, allow me now to introduce to you the excellencies and a distinguished guests who are here today in this opening forum. Honorable Edward Mpogolo, Ilala District Commissioner and the RC representative. The Honorable Ministers responsible for ICT, Honorable Dr. Boko Merkel from Chad, Honorable Moses Kunkuyu, Minister of Republic of Malawi, Honorable Soli Malatz, Deputy Minister of Republic of South Africa, Honorable Lami Jabir, Minister of Republic of Gambia, Honorable Sotamin Cosimo, the representative of the Minister of the Republic of Mozambique. The other minister also will be online from Ghana and Rwanda. Ms. Hawa Mbaye, Deputy Permanent Secretary, representing Minister of Infrastructure, Communication and Transport from the Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar. Honorable Innocent Edward Kalogeris, Member of Parliament, and the representative of the Chairman of the Tanzania Parliament Permanent Committee of Infrastructure. Honorable members from the Parliament of Tanzania, and all honorable members of Parliament from different countries. We have various different members of Parliament here. You can all stand up for recognition. Thank you. Dr. Makta Sheikh, Chief of Section, Emerging and Frontier Technologies, Innovation and Digital Transformation Section, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Honorable ambassadors, excellent Christian Grau from EU, Theresia Zetting from Finland. We have United Resident Coordinator in Tanzania, Ms. Susan Ngongi Namongo. And we have Head of UNESCO, Michael Toto. Dr. Emmanuel Manasseh, the ITU Regional Director for Africa. Mr. Mohamed Yamis Abdullah, the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Communication and Information Technology, and all permanent secretaries present here. Mr. Chengtai Masango, the head of United Nations Secretariat for the Internet Governance Forum, and also the UN IGF Secretariat who are present here. The Africa IGF Secretariat, Honorable Halji Mboy, Africa IGF MAG Chair, and all Africa MAG members. Please stand. Chairperson of the chairpersons of the institution under the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology. We have head of government institution and the private sector. We have representative of the permanent secretaries here. We have the management team from the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology. Management team of the ministry. We have heads and representative of financial institutions. We have partners and sponsors present here. We have also delegates from different nations. There are many nations coming from different countries, many delegates from different countries here. Member of press, guest of honor, we have Honorable Mondri Gongumbele, Deputy Minister of Communication and Digital Technology, Republic of South Africa. Thank you, Honorable. Guest of honor, I humbly submit. Asanteni sana. Karibuni sana.
Thank you very much. I request a second round of a clap for the guest of honor. Our apology for what we have done, especially on the introduction and the recognition of the Deputy Minister of Communication and Digital Technology from the Republic of South Africa. As we are progressing, guest of honor, allow me now to invite Honorable Edward Mpogolo, Ilala District Commissioner and the Regional Commissioner Representative of Dar es Salaam, for his few remarks. Karibu sana.
Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Honorable guest of honor, Jerry William Slaa, Minister for Communication, Information and Technology. Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister and Deputy Ministers, distinguished delegates, all protocol observed. Honorable guest of honor, on behalf of Regional Commissioner of Dar es Salaam, I warmly welcome you and distinguished guests to this historical and beautiful city of Dar es Salaam. Honorable guests of honor, we congratulate you on the great job you are doing to help our beloved President, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan. It is just yesterday we saw you in Dodoma attending the CCM General Congress, And today, you are with us here. Congratulations. Distinguished delegates and invitees, you are welcome to Dar es Salaam and feel at home away from home. Please, you are welcome to take a walk to see the beauty of the historical city of Dar es Salaam. And you will learn some Swahili words, the language which is one of the major languages in Africa. Originate from the African tribes spoken by many African countries. And we learn some of our Tanzania culture. On behalf of the Regional Commissioner, we wish you a success this meeting. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you, your honorable guest of honor. Thank you.
Asante sana, Honorable Edward Mpogolo, the Ilala District Commissioner, has made his remarks representing the Dar es Salaam Regional Commissioner. Let's give him another round of applause. Asante sana. Guest of honor, allow me to continue to recognize the presence of Abdul Richard Idris Noor. He is an advisor to the Minister of Communication, member of the African Working Group on Artificial Intelligence of the African Union, all the way from the Republic of Djibouti. If you may please rise, let's give him a round of applause. We recognize your presence. Thank you very much. Honorable guest of honor, allow me to bring to the stage Mr. Vincent Wen, who is the board member for the VP of Huawei here in Tanzania, for his remarks, to be followed by those of Ms. Millennium Malamla, representative of the Africa Internet Governance Forum Youth Track. As he comes, Mr. Vincent Wen, let's give him a round of applause. From Huawei, thank you so much. This is the 14th Africa Internet Governance Forum happening in Tanzania, here in Dar es Salaam. We are, as we heard, governed by the theme Empowering Africa's Digital Future. Karibu sana. He's here on the stage. Let's give him a warm round of applause.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, Honorable Minister present, distinguished guests, media present, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor and the privilege to stand before you today at the Africa Internet Governance Forum. Here in the beautiful land of Tanzania, on behalf of Huawei Tanzania, I would like to extend the deepest gratitude to the organizers for convening this critical dialogue under the theme of empowering Africa's digital future. The forum presents the pivotal moment for the Africa where policymakers, regulators, innovators, and thought leaders come together to shape an internet governance framework that is made in Africa, by Africa, for Africa. At Huawei, we believe that the collectivity is more than just technology, as it is a catalyst for the transformation. For over the past 20 years, Huawei has been a proud partner with Tanzania and nations across this beautiful continent, expand digital transformation and infrastructure, enhance skills, and drive innovation. But as it accelerates Africa's digital journey, we must also address key challenges such as ensuring digital growth is inclusive, empowering women, young, marginalized groups, braving the digital drive between the urban and rural communities, ICT Academies, ICT Competition, and the DigiTrack program, which also indicates that we are training not only Tanzania, but Africa's next generation for digital leaders. The future Africa Internet must be African-led, innovation-friendly, and people-centered. We know that this cannot be achieved alone as it requires strong partnership between the government, private sector, academia, and other entities. Huawei here is not just as a technology provider, but as a trusted partner in Africa's digital transformation. As we gather here today in Tanzania, let's reaffirm a shared vision. An Africa where internet is not just a tool, but a bridge to prosperity, unity, and opportunity. Thank you to the government of Tanzania for welcoming us with open hand and collaborating with us. Let's continue to join hands and work together to build better and interconnected Tanzania and Africa. Thank you.
Nitailinda na kuitetea Katiba ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania kwa mujibu wa sheria iliyowekwa. Mwenyezi Mungu nisaidie.
The United Republic of Tanzania, a country within the African Great Lakes region, and it is an East African country known for its vast wilderness areas. They include the plains of Serengeti National Park, a safari mecca populated by the Big Five: the elephant, lion, leopard, buffalo, and rhino, and the Kilimanjaro National Park, home to Africa's highest mountain. In the offshore lies the tropical islands of Zanzibar and Mafia, with a marine park home to whales, sharks, and coral reefs. Tanzania's digital transformation journey has not been easy. Like other countries, Tanzania established e-government agency back in 2012. These early efforts made by the government of Tanzania were to begin the first stage of digital transformation journey, which was digitization managed by e-government. The government of Tanzania established the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology to set a ground into a second stage of digitalization and transforming this beautiful, blessed country of Africa. In contrast to the first stage of digitization managed by
katika jukwaa ambalo litaweza kusaidia, na hii ni katika kusukuma mbele dijitali na kutumia serikali mtandao na kuwa na jitihada ambazo tunakuwa na kwa mara ya kwanza.
Excellency, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Dr. Selous on July 29th, 2024. To set the foundation for implementation of digital economy, the ministry prepared the Tanzania Enterprise Architecture Framework, the Tanzania Interoperability and Standardization Framework, the Digital Public Infrastructure Blueprint, and the 2024 Tanzania Technology Stack. Tanzania Stack includes a set of open APIs and digital public goods that aim to unlock the economic primitives of identity, data, and payments at population scale. The stack has 3 layers, namely enabling layer, digital public infrastructure layer, and application layer. The 3 key pillars of this Tanzania technology stack is found on the DPI layer. To name them are digital payment, digital identity, and data sharing. These 3 pillars in the stack have been named using the beautiful Swahili language, which is originating from Tanzania, namely Jamii Namba as digital identity, Jamii Malipo as digital payment, and Jamii Exchange as data exchange. Tanzania has seen Jamii Namba issued to over 25 million residents who are over 18 years. The efforts are ongoing to issue the number to under 18 years of age. The Jamii Malipo, which is interoperable digital financial service, sets a platform for over 1,000 transactions that go through Tanzania instant payment system daily, that also connects all mobile money, banks, and non-banks. The efforts are ongoing to have Jamii Namba enabled payment that is expected to raise the economy of this country of East Africa. The 3rd pillar of the stack, located in the DPI layer, is Jamii Exchange, which sets the platform for data exchange. Tanzania has locally developed the first homegrown solution, probably in the Horn of Africa, that facilitate a smooth data exchange engine built with the consent at the core. The Jamii Exchange has privacy and security by design, and at the center of this engine, it is personal data protection. Jamii Exchange comes at the right time where African countries need to have a platform for cross-border data flow. To strengthen the e-governance through the ministry, the government established ICT Commission, which is responsible for overseeing national ICT policy, enacted the 2022 Personal Data Protection Act, and established its course for Cross-Border Protection Commission. These and many more efforts has set Tanzania readiness to enter into personal government stage, which is the highest stage and a vision obtained after successful digital transformation. With personal government, Jamii Portal and Jamii Wallet are among building blocks and use cases that will see the country smoothly transform itself among global digital economic powers. With Jamii Exchange, the President of Tanzania, Her Excellency Dr. Selous is proud to welcome all African countries to participate on this Suluhu platform for cross-border data sharing between countries. It is high time now Africa sets regulatory framework to enable use of data sharing within and outside the borders by leveraging the Jamii Exchange developed by African innovators for African people to support digital transformation in Africa for economic development of our people. God bless Tanzania. God bless Africa. Na kazi iendelee.
Asante sana. Guest of honor, allow me once again to continue to recognize the wonderful presence of the UN delegates that we have. If you know you're coming from the UN family, please, if you can please rise. I can see UNESCO is here, UNDP. Thank you so much for being with us. Excellency, we also have Excellencies, ambassadors, diplomatic members of the diplomatic community. We have the European Union and other development partners. If you can also please rise, we continue to recognize your presence. Thank you very much. If you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go further, go together. This is why, in the spirit of Partnership Goal 17, we have them with us. Guest of honor, allow me now to invite to the podium, she's already on the stage, Miss Soreen, to take us through the next set of program. Karibu sana.
Thank you. Good morning, guests of honor, distinguished delegates, all protocol observed. My name is Soreen Asafa. I am the coordinator for the African AfIGF Secretariat under the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Welcome. Welcome to this high-level multi-stakeholder opening segment of the 14th African Internet Governance Forum, held under the theme of Empowering Africa's Digital Future. This forum takes place at the critical moment, just ahead of the 20 years review of World Summit on Information Society, WISES Plus 20, and the ongoing consultation of Global Digital Compact implementation. This milestone reminds us of the long road we started from WISES, Geneva 2003 and Tunis 2005, to establish the Internet Governance Forum, a multi-stakeholder platform created to foster an inclusive dialogue on digital public policies. And that is what makes IGF so powerful. It belongs to everyone, the government, the civil society, the private sector, and the youth. Also including the technical community, academia, and every stakeholder, every citizen has a seat on the table. There is a proverb we know well across Africa. If you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. Well, this is how far we go far. This forum is the spirit of multi-stakeholderism. It's not just about policy. It is about principles, it is partnership, and it is progress. Today, we are honored to be joined by leaders who embody the same spirit of going together. We'll be joining by Her Excellency Ambassador Christine Gra, representing the European Union, a long-standing ally in championing digital rights, securing infrastructure, and Africa and EU collaboration. And also will be joining us with Honorable Alhaji Umbo. He is the chair of Africa IGF Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, who are the program director of this forum, who remind us of the critical role of regional voice in the global internet governance discourse. The third one will be followed by Mr. Changatai Masengo. He is the head of the Global IGF Secretariat, who tireless effort ensuring that the IGF remain an evolving, inclusive, and action-oriented platform. And also will be followed by a powerful message from Ms. Doreen Bogan Martin, the ITU Secretary General. As you know, ITU played a fundamental role in WISES process and continues to lead in advancing connectivity, digital inclusion, and global digital cooperation. Last but not least, my leader, Dr. Makta Sek from UNECA. As you know, UNECA has been a cornerstone in promoting Africa's voices in the global digital governance processes and also hosting the Africa IGF Secretariat and making sure that our internet governance process are aligned to the Africa Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, and the AU Digital Transformation Strategy. These leaders bring out not only experience, but the vision, and as we move from WISES to IGF, and from the global dialogue to the African action, from promises to implementation, together their insight will ground us in a journey from the global vision to the Africa action and to the dialogue and implementation. With that said, I'm gonna give the floor to Honorable Ambassador Christine Gra. Thank you.
Honorable guest of honor, the Prime Minister of Communication and Information Technologies, honorable chairs, honorable ministers and deputy ministers from the whole African continent, distinguished members of parliament, senior government officials, representative of the European Union, the African Union, development partners, civil society, private sector, academia, and last but not least, the youth. Habari za asubuhi. Good morning, bonjour à tous. Obviously, dear Minister, I'm not Christine Rau, the ambassador, like you can see. She had other important engagement, and I'm proud to represent the European Union today. It's a big pleasure and an honor for me to be with you today for this African Internet Governance Forum. I would start my speech by thanking a lot those organizers, and I'm really proud to be in Dar es Salaam in Tanzania with all the African continent in this room. So thank you so much for the organizers, and very proud that Tanzania could organize that meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, our planet is now like a village. Our friends from Mwanza are instantly aware of the last speeches and declaration of the US President. It is at the same time very exciting, but also a bit worrying. Exciting because, of course, those new digital means and digital connectivities are very important in terms of safety, security. It gives grounds also to improve health system, education system. It's also important to be transparent and open from the political and the other point of view. Internet, of course, is a game changer with regard to trade, commerce, means of and regional organization. But at the same time, it's a bit worrying also. Because, of course, internet and digital connectivity means cyber insecurity, disinformation, misinterpretation of declarations, cyber crimes also, but also it could be a threat to personal data protection. So we all agree that the digital revolution should be framed closely in an harmonized and secured way. This is exactly the theme of this year's meeting, Empowering Africa's Digital Future. The EU vision, European Union vision of internet space is exactly following those lines. We need together to have an open, secured, and anchored in respect of human rights digital space. Our digital partnership between the African Union and the European Union is therefore based on three major pillars. The first pillar is obviously the necessity to be harmonized and coordinated. From the EU data policy framework to the digital transformation strategy for Africa, important steps are being already taken. And we completely support, as the European Union, the single African digital market. The second pillar is more a pillar related to infrastructures, digital infrastructure. We are here speaking about submarine cable, optical fiber, data center, satellite connection, backbone, and last mile connectivity. It's important that everybody is connected to have a safe and secure access to internet. And that's where the Global Gateway Initiative of the European Union, of course, is helping your countries to invest in those important infrastructures. And the last pillar is obvious also, is based on governance, human-based action. We are here speaking about working together for the institutional strengthening, for the legal frameworking, for the cybersecurity and the digital safety. So as you can see, Africa's digital development is one of the top priorities of the European Union and certainly one of the top priorities of the Global Gateway Initiative of the European Union. And it won't diminish in the years to come, on the contrary. So our common goals are to deal together at best with fast-changing technologies in the most appropriate way for our respective government and for our respective citizens. Asante sana. Thank you so much.
Now we will have a remark from the MAX chair for the African IGF, Honorable Alhaji Mbo. He is a member of Parliament of the Gambian National. He is a member of the Pan-African Parliament too.
Honorable Jerry William Salaam, Minister for Communication and Information Technology, United Republic of Tanzania. Honorable Lamin Jabi, Minister of Communication and Digital Economy, the Gambia. The Minister for Information and Digital Economy from Malawi. Representative from the Ministry of Digital Economy, Mozambique. The Deputy Minister, Republic of South Africa, Monli Ngungubeli. Honorable Members of Parliament, Dr. Matar Sek, Chief Section, Emerging and Frontier Technologies, UNECA. Ms. Doreen Bojan Martin, Secretary General, ITU. The Chairperson of the Global IGF, Madam Carol Roche, and the representative of the Secretariat, Ms. Lynn Ball, the MAC members of the Africa IGF, the Global IGF, and the Youth IGF, distinguished delegates, colleagues, partners, friends, all protocols observed. Good morning to you all, and welcome to the Africa Internet Governance Forum 2025, hosted in Dar es Salaam, the United Republic of Tanzania. Now, I must exercise my small Swahili. Karibu sana nchi tukufu ya Tanzania. It is both a privilege and a profound responsibility to stand before you today as chair of the Africa IGF, which is a multi-stakeholder advisory group at a time when Africa's digital journey is more significant, more complex, and more promising than ever before. Our theme of the year, which is shaping Africa's digital future, which is inclusive governance, for resilience, innovation, and equity is both a reflection and a call to action. It reflects the reality that Africa is no longer a passive observer in the digital governance ecosystem. We are a region of 1.5 billion people, a young, vibrant population, and rapidly growing digital economy. But we are also a continent where inequalities persist, where infrastructure gaps remain wide, and where voices, especially those of women, youth, and marginalized communities, must be amplified and empowered. And so the team calls us to build a digital future that is not only connected and innovative, but one that is just, inclusive, and resilient. The 13th Annual African School of Internet Governance, AfIGF, is a cornerstone of our progress. It was convened by the Association for Progressive Communication, APC, the Information Society Division of the African Union, and Research ICT Africa. This significant event was held in collaboration with the United Nations Commission for Africa, UNECA, and the UN Internet Governance Forum Parliamentary Track, bringing together over 40 students and 18 faculty resource persons. Over the 2 decades, AfIGF has been a silent powerhouse, building a cadre of African digital governance experts who are shaping policy at national and regional levels, and also at global levels. AfIGF graduates are no longer students. They are ministers, regulators, civil society leaders, engineers, researchers, entrepreneurs, and chairs of process like this very forum. AfIGF is proof that investing in capacity is investing in Africa's future, voice, and vision in global digital spaces. It is time to scale it, to support it, and integrate it further into our regional and national strategies. As we stand on the threshold of the 20th anniversary of WSIS Plus 20, and discussions on the Global Digital Compact gain momentum, we must ask ourselves, what kind of internet governance forum do we need in the next 20 years? The IGF must evolve, not in ways that compromise its openness and multi-stakeholder nature, but in ways that enhance its impact, accessibility, and implementation. It must better link the regional and national processes, and Africa must be at the center of those reforms. We support efforts to make the IGF more solution-oriented, with stronger linkages to policymaking, especially for the Global South. But we also insist that digital governance must not become a space for exclusion, dominated by the few at the expense of many. Africa and the Global Digital Compact, the upcoming GDC proposed by the UN Secretary General and set to adopt at the Summit of the Future, presents an opportunity to define the norms and the principles of the digital age. Africa must speak with clarity, Africa must speak with unity, and Africa must speak with purpose. Our contributions to the GDC must reflect our realities, which include the right to meaningful connectivity, especially for rural and underserved communities. Ensuring the development of robust, open, and people-centered data governance frameworks, the promotion of local content, local innovation, and local ownership of infrastructure and platforms, and the protection of human rights online, including freedom of expression, privacy, and safety. The GDC must not become a set of ideals diverse from implementation. Africa must push for actionable mechanisms with accountability and measurable outcomes. As we shape our path, we must also align the existing frameworks. The digital transformation strategy for the Africa 2020-2030 provides a roadmap for inclusive growth. Looking at the AU data policy framework is a blueprint for sovereignty, rights-based, and development-oriented data systems. Not forgetting Agenda 2063, which reminds us that digital transformation must serve the broader goals of integration, prosperity, and peace. Internally, our engagement with WSIS Plus 20, the GDC, iterate for all ITUs, WTs, DC, and others must be strategic and value-driven. Africa must not only be consulted, we must be created creators of the future that we want. As we deliberate over the next few days, let us remember, forums are not ends in themselves. Our work must influence policy, change lives, and build systems that serve people, not just platforms. The Africa IGF must be a year-round ecosystem, one that tracks progress, strengthens national IGFs, build partnerships with the private sector and the technical community, and ensure that youth, women, and persons with disabilities and grassroots voices are on the table, not as tokens, but as shapers of policy. In closing, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends, Africa's digital future is not something we can import. It is something we must co-create with courage, with knowledge, and above all, with conviction. From AfriCSIC to Africa IGF, from Visit Plus 20 to the GDC, our task is very clear: to ensure that the internet and all emerging digital technologies work for the many, not just for few, for development and not for division, and for dignity and not for domination. Equally, we must take charge of our digital sovereignty as a nation and as a continent. Our future lies in our own hands, and we must take charge now. Let us build the digital future together for a better and prosperous Africa. Thank you all. Asante sana.
Thank you, Honorable. We would like to recognize the presence of the UN Resident Coordinator for Tanzania, Ms. Susan Namando. Thank you. We also would like to recognize the Global IGF Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group Chair, Ms. Carol Roche. Thank you. Thank you, Carol. Okay, next we will have Mr. Changatai Masengo. He is the head of the United Nations Secretariat for the Internet Governance Forum. He will be joining us online.
Thank you very much, Serene. Excellencies, Mr. Jerry Williams Sila, Minister of Communication, Information Technology of the United Republic of Tanzania, honorable ministers, honorable members of parliament, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. First, I sincerely thank the government of the United Republic of Tanzania for graciously hosting this important gathering in Dar es Salaam, the place of peace, where I spent part of my childhood and whose vibrant culture and kindness remains vivid in my memories. My deep appreciation also goes to the Africa Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, MAG, the Africa IGF Secretariat at the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, and the African Union Commission for their dedicated efforts in organizing this 14th Africa Internet Governance Forum. Your collaboration exemplifies the partnership at the heart of our multi-stakeholder approach. It is particularly fitting that we gather here at this pivotal moment in the collective journey under the theme, Empowering Africa's Digital Future. It speaks directly to the kind of digital transformation we must pursue. One that is inclusive, resilient, rights-based, and rooted in the realities of African communities. The Internet Governance Forum, born from the Tunis Agenda in 2005, has evolved into a vital platform for inclusive dialogue on digital policy. Here in Africa, the Africa IGF has evolved into more than just a regional manifestation of this global commitment. It has emerged into a powerful expression of the continent's unique perspective, priorities, and aspirations within global digital governance. As we approach the WSIS Plus 20 milestone, we have crucial opportunity to reflect on 2 decades of progress and set an ambitious agenda for Africa's continued digital transformation. Africa's voice must be unified, clear, and compelling. Your contributions here will directly inform the global review process, ensuring that Africa's priorities shape global discussions on bridging digital divides, fostering innovation, protecting human rights online, and leveraging technology to meet the objectives of the UN Sustainable Development Goals and the African Union's Agenda 2063. The strength of the IGF lies in its multi-stakeholder participation. Representatives from governments, youth, parliament, civil society, academia, and the private sector are gathered here, highlighting the essential diversity needed to build a digital future that genuinely reflects all of Africa's aspirations. I urge you to participate boldly, discuss concrete solutions, openly challenge assumptions, and actively forge partnerships. The relationships built here in Dar es Salaam can significantly influence Africa's digital landscape. The global IGF community is listening and stands ready to amplify your voice and support your initiatives. Together, we can ensure the internet remains a global resource managed in the public interest and that Africa contributes to shaping our shared digital future. Lastly, I warmly invite you to join us at the 20th Annual Global Internet Governance Forum to be held in Lillestrøm, Norway, from the 23rd to the 27th of June under the theme, Building Digital Governance Together. The insights and partnerships developed here will be crucial inputs into our global deliberations. Your active participation will ensure Africa's essential voice resonates clearly in our collective pursuit of an equitable digital future. Thank you again to our gracious hosts and dedicated organizers. I wish you productive discussions and eagerly await the innovative outcomes that will emerge here. Looking forward to welcoming many of you to Norway next month. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Changatai. Now we have a video message from Ms. Doreen Bogwan Martin from the Secretary General of the International Telecommunication Union. Sorry. Thank you.
On behalf of the International Telecommunication Union, I offer heartfelt congratulations to the United Republic of Tanzania on the launch of your revised foreign policy and on the documentary showcasing your global engagement since 1961. Tanzania joined the ITU in 1962 and has been an active member state ever since, serving on the ITU Council, the Radio Regulations Board, and contributing to the work of all three ITU sectors. A pivotal moment came in 1985 when the world gathered in Arusha to tackle the missing link, the urgent challenge of bringing every household on Earth within easy reach of a telephone. Tanzania was where the world committed to connectivity as a driver of development and opportunity for all of humanity. 40 years later, our shared vision continues to evolve. Today's missing links are meaningful access to the internet, digital skills, and emerging technologies like artificial intelligence. As we continue to shape our shared digital future, I have every confidence Tanzania will continue to lead with a foreign policy that embraces the infrastructure, innovation, and partnerships needed for everyone to thrive across the African region and beyond. I thank President Samia Suluhu Hassan for her commitment to multilateralism and digital diplomacy. And on behalf of the ITU family, I congratulate you again on these historic milestones. Thank you.
We'd like to recognize our partners, starting from ICANN, IZOG, and the EU, and the German Corporation, and all our local partners. Also the Secretariat partnership between UNECA and the African Union that will lead us to the next remark from Dr. Maktasek. He's the Chief of Section for Emerging and Frontier Technologies, Innovation and Digital Transformation Section at the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Thank you.
Good morning. Bonjour, assalamu alaikum. Jambo. Honorable Minister of Communication and Technology of United Republic of Tanzania, Honorable Mr. Lamin Jabi, my brother and friend, Minister of ICT and Innovation of the Gambia, Honorable Minister of ICT of the Republic of Malawi, Honorable Deputy Minister ICT from South Africa, representative of the Minister of Chad, Mozambique, Member of Parliament, representative of UN Family, Chair of Honorable Member of the Parliament, Chair of the African IGF MAG, representative of youth, estimated delegate. It is an honor to host in collaboration with the government of United Republic of Tanzania this 14th edition of African Internet Governance Forum. Let me begin by extending my deep appreciation to the government and people of the United Republic of Tanzania for hosting this important event. Our gratitude goes to His Excellency, Honorable Minister for Communication, Information and Technology, for ensuring that this annual meeting of Internet Governance Forum is both meaningful and inclusive for all. It is not the first time we have this collaboration with the minister. We organized 7 months ago, the Africa We See review meeting. It was very well organized with support of the government. I would like to extend also my congratulations to the African IGF Secretariat, which include the Economic Commission for Africa. We have people working behind in Addis Ababa, also the African Union Commission, as well as the African Internet Governance Multi-Advisory Group, chaired by my brother Elajimbo, and all stakeholders who contribute to this highly commitment with a few months. Several speakers already talked about on the objective of the Internet Governance Forum. But let me summarize quickly. It has been 20 years we adopted the World Summit of Information, particularly the Declaration of Principle and the working definition of Internet governance. The digital landscape, driven by the rapid technology advancement, such as generative AI, blockchain, and the expansion of Internet of Things, cybersecurity challenge, and all issues related to the environment present as both complex opportunity and challenge for Africa digital transformation. Let me highlight some issues. I'm going to start by the bad news before the good news. Africa is the least internet connectivity across the world, with 62% of our population offline. We have 82% coverage by the mobile network, but 70% people living in this area are not connected. Also, another issue, it is an application on issue on related to the content. When you look at internet now, on the local content, we have Kiswahili, we have also Amara and other language. They account for 0.1% on the web content. Means our local content, our local language are not well represented in the web. And in Africa, we have more than 2,000 local languages. But we have seen a lot of progress made by African government. And now all African governments use digital technology as a key driver for socio-economic development. We have seen a lot of progress since 2005. In 2005, the connectivity was 2.1%. Today, we have 38% connected. Means with 2005, we have 17 million people connected. Now we have about 700 million people connected. I can give you a good example. Let's take the example of Tanzania. In 2005, Tanzania, the connectivity was 2.1%. Today, Tanzania has 75% connectivity. And Tanzania is among the 10 top countries leading connectivity in the continent and the #1 in East Africa. I think, Honorable Minister, the country can come to learn how we increase connectivity. Also, we develop a lot of application in the rural area, rural sector. We have seen a lot of application in Kenya, in Ghana. It seems we are making a lot of progress. Also, all good news, Africa lead the mobile money revolution. We have 1.1 billion mobile money account, and the transaction is now 1.1 trillion million in transaction. This represents 74% of the world transaction. Let me come back to the theme today, empowering Africa digital future. This means there is an imperative to build a resilient framework, foster innovation, driven policy. We need innovation for our continent. With our youth population, we need to promote innovation and to put an adequate regulation. Also, we need this digital sovereignty and also an equitable access to technology for all. And we can expect a strong message to come from this meeting. And as the Economic Commission for Africa, we believe effort should focus on 6 points. The first, we need to build a resilient digital public infrastructure. It is a key now for the development. We need to harmonize our regulation to remove the barrier to connectivity as we are implementing the African Free Trade Area. Cybersecurity and privacy is a big challenge we need to overcome to this cyber crime. Private sector involvement is the key. Alone, government can't develop infrastructure and the digital technology. We need an involvement of the private sector in the development of the infrastructure. Multi-stakeholder approach, it is a key to tackle the challenge of digital technology in Africa. African Internet Governance Forum, it is a good example. The Global Internet Governance Forum is another one. And we hope we are going to expand to renew the mandate of AfIGF with a secure funding mechanism for the next 5 years. We need to develop also the competency, the digital skills for our youth generation. It's very important to be key actor in this industrial revolution. Allow me, before to conclude, to address our youth who will represent around 42% of the world youth by 2050. Yesterday, we had a very good youth summit. And the summit show how youth are very smart. And they have a lot of great ideas. I think you have, the representative of youth was in the podium now. It is, I think she had a very good speech. But let me say, as a young people, you are the architect of tomorrow's landscape. This landscape belongs to you. You will play an active and leading role as provider of digital goods and service as well consuming them. Your creativity, critical thinking, communication, and collaboration, as well as vision and passion for technology, will determine the future of AI, cybersecurity, blockchain, and other fields. This forum is not just about discussion. It is about action, collaboration, and empowerment. It is about ensuring access, inclusivity, sustainability in the digital space. At UNECA and other UN members, we are already have a global mandate to act under the Global Digital Compact and the WSIS Forum. Distinguished delegates, now in this decade of action is the best time to develop secure and reliable digital system. We at ACA stand ready to facilitate the process with African Union and all member states. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you a successful and productive conference. Thank you.
Asante, asante, asante sana, Dr. Makta Sek, Chief of Section of the UNECA, for your kind remarks. Allow me to borrow from your very end of your remark when you said the young people are the architects of tomorrow's landscape. We have to bear this at mind and at heart. Let's give him another warm round of applause. Thank you so much. Guest of honor, the members of parliament present from all over Africa were introduced, but in their honor once again and their dedication, allow me to request them once again to rise so we can acknowledge once again your presence. All the members of parliament present, if you can please rise. Let's put our hands together for all of them. Fantastic. Our guest of honor is also a member of parliament, except he's also a minister. But in a very special way, he is also representing the Deputy Prime Minister of the United Republic of Tanzania. Kindly take your seats. Thank you very much. Guests of honor, I'm sure you're aware that we have over 40 African countries, delegates present in this forum. So let's put our hands together for all of us present in this meeting. Allow me now, guest of honor, to invite to the podium Mr. Michael Toto, UNESCO country representative, for his brief remarks, which will be followed by those of Mr. Mohammed Hamis Abdullah, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Communication and Information. Karibu sana, Mr. Toto, for your remarks as he comes. Let's give him a warm round of applause. Karibu sana.
Hello.
Honorable Minister Jerry Sila, Minister of Communication and Information Technology, our guest of honor today. Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers present today, leaders and officials here present, Excellencies, dear UN Resident Coordinator, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Good morning, Bariza Leo. It is a great honor for me to be here today to officially hand over the Tanzania Artificial Intelligence Readiness Assessment Report, an important step that positions the country in a leading role for advancing ethical, inclusive, and human-centered AI governance on the African continent. This report translates the fruitful cooperation between UNESCO and the government of the United Republic of Tanzania, and especially the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology, whose leadership in supporting this ambitious and timely initiative is highly appreciated. This report is a reaffirmation of the commitment of Tanzania to the implementation of the UNESCO recommendation of the ethics of AI, the world's first global standard on ethical governance on artificial intelligence, adopted in 2021 by 193 member states, but also to the UN Global Digital Compact and the EU Continental Strategy on AI. The report is the outcome of an inclusive process involving over 240 stakeholders from government, academia, private sector, civil society, and youth, ensuring wide participation and share ownership in building the country's AI future. The report outlines priorities and provides recommendations to guide the country's next step in developing its national AI strategy based on national values to accelerating Tanzania's transition towards responsible AI adoption, deployment, and use in an enabling environment for investment, research, and innovation. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this launch taking place during the 14th African Internet Governance Forum sends a powerful message. Tanzania is not only adopting technology, but is shaping its own artificial intelligence future with a strong ethical vision. UNESCO is proud to have accompanied this process, allowing Tanzania to join over 23 African countries we are supporting with AI readiness assessment and over 60 worldwide. As official partner to the South African G20 Presidency Task Force on AI, UNESCO is working to ensure that African perspectives on AI governance are reflected in global AI policy discussion and fora. The upcoming third UNESCO Global Forum on the Ethics of AI at the end of June in Bangkok will be another opportunity for such experience sharing, and I'm pleased that Tanzania will participate. Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, in closing my remarks, allow me to express my sincere appreciation to the Ministry for its close cooperation, to our national partners, especially the Tanzania AI community, and to all contributors who brought this initiative to life, including UNESCO colleagues from our headquarters in Paris, from Nairobi office, also from Dar es Salaam office here in Tanzania. UNESCO stands ready to continue supporting Tanzania in finalizing and implementing its national AI strategy. Through our expert networks, platforms, and partners, we hope to provide technical assistance, capacity building, and policy support to ensure AI serves the public goals. It is now with pleasure, Honorable Minister, that I officially hand over this strategic report, this strategic document to you, Honorable Minister, today, in the presence of our distinguished partners and our distinguished guests. Thank you.
Asante sana, asante Mr. Michael Toto, UNESCO country representative. Thank you very much. Asante sana. Guest of honor, kindly please pay attention to Tanzania National Digital Economy, which will play soon. Please go ahead.
Provision to citizens through digital systems has evolved significantly. This transformation is driven by the proliferation of internet services, mobile networks, and emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence and robotics. In 2021, President Selous established the Ministry of Information, Communications, and Information Technology. The ministry aims to develop and manage ICT policies, laws, regulations, and strategies. In 2024, the ministry was officially re-established as the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology with a focus on ICT. This initiative aimed to address the growing demands of the digital age, including the expansion of internet access, the promotion of cybersecurity measures, and the implementation of innovative technologies to support economic growth and public services. In 2022, following the President's directives, the ministry began drafting the National Digital Economy Strategy. This initiative involved collaboration with various stakeholders, including government ministries, private sector entities, development partners like the World Bank and the European Union, civil organizations, and other interested parties. In July 2024, the strategy was officially launched by Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania. The strategy outlines how various economic sectors such as agriculture, health, and education can leverage ICT to enhance service delivery and promote national welfare and economic development. The 6 pillars of the digital economy strategy. The first pillar focuses on creating and enabling digital infrastructure, which is foundational for the digital economy. This infrastructure comprises hard and soft components. Hard infrastructure includes the national ICT backbone, data centers, disaster recovery sites, Jamii centers, cell towers, and submarine cables. Soft infrastructure involves the development and utilization of ICT systems within the country. To achieve interoperability between private and public sectors, Tanzania has developed a digital public infrastructure known as Tanzania's Digital Technology Stack, comprising digital ID, Jamii Number, digital payment system, Jamii Pay, and digital data exchange, Jamii Data Shirikishi. Tanzania has undertaken significant initiatives to bolster its cybersecurity framework. In the 2024 Global Cybersecurity Index, GCI, by the International Telecommunication Union, Tanzania achieved Tier 1 status. The country achieved a perfect compliance score across all 5 key cybersecurity pillars: legal, technical, organizational, capacity building, and international cooperation. This places Tanzania among Tier 1 global leaders, alongside nations like the US, UK, and South Korea. The Tanzania Computer Emergency Response Team serves as the national body for coordinating responses to cybersecurity incidents. It provides rapid incident response, issues timely alerts, and fosters collaboration between public and private sectors to mitigate cyber threats effectively, operating under the Tanzania Communications Regulatory Authority, TCRA. The second pillar emphasizes digital governance and creating an enabling environment through effective policies, laws, and regulations. The ministry, in collaboration with stakeholders, has prepared 14 guidelines, including the Digital Economy Strategy 2024, the National IT Policy 2024, the Tanzania Enterprise Architecture Framework, and the Tanzania Digital Public Infrastructure Blueprint. These guidelines aim to ensure an inclusive environment for ICT utilization across Tanzania. The ministry is finalizing the IT law, which will govern digital governance and the enabling environment, ensuring no one is left behind in the digital economy. The third pillar focuses on building awareness and digital skills among citizens. Empowering citizens with digital literacy and skills is crucial for the digital economy. The ministry has sent 20 employees abroad for master's degrees in emerging technologies and plans to send 30 more employees for capacity building. Additionally, 450 employees will receive short-term training on emerging technologies. The strategy seeks collaboration between public institutions and the private sector to promote ICT awareness and digital skills for all Tanzanians. The fourth pillar promotes a culture of digital innovation and the adoption of enabling technologies. The ministry is establishing a Digital Technology Institute in Dodoma to provide citizens with the knowledge and opportunities to harness their creativity productively. The strategy supports startups to boost employment and income for the youth. The National ICT Innovation and Startup Portal will connect large companies, researchers, and designers with young entrepreneurs to foster the digital economy. The fifth pillar ensures the integration of special groups into the development digital systems and applications. This inclusive approach does not discriminate based on origin, race, age, ethnicity, or economic status, ensuring everyone can participate in the digital economy. The sixth pillar focuses on enabling digital financial services. The central bank will regulate and manage digital financial transactions, ensuring customer security and adherence to online protection guidelines. The Tanzania Revenue Authority will set targets for tax collection from the digital economy. Digital financial services facilitate quick and secure money transfers, digital payments, such as QR code, POS, LIPA number, and access to loans. The Tanzania Instant Payment System TIPS integrates financial systems, including the government's Digital Payment System, GEPG, increasing government revenue by reducing income loss. Execution and review. Tanzania fosters collaboration between government, private sector, and academia to pool resources, share expertise, and develop tailored policies. The execution of this strategy will involve collaboration between public and private sector under the National Business Council, TNBC. Given the rapid pace of technological change, the strategy will be reviewed triennially. God bless Tanzania, God bless Africa, na kazi iendelee.
Asante studio for a video. Honorable guest of honor, allow me to invite Mr. Mohamed Hamis Abdullah, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Communication and Information Technology, for his remark. Karibu sana.
Honorable William Selous, the Minister of Communication, Information and Information Technology from the United Republic of Tanzania, Honorables Ministers and Deputy Ministers for ICT and Digitalization from different countries, distinguished delegates, all protocol observed. Habari ya mchana, I think it's afternoon now. Good afternoon all. First of all, let me take this opportunity to humbly thank you, Honorable Guest of Honor, for dedicating your valuable time to officially open this 14th Africa Internet Governance Forum, AfIGF. Your presence here is a clear sign of the sixth phase government's sincere commitment to developing the communication sector, not only for Tanzania, but for the entire African continent. Let me also extend my heartfelt appreciation to the Africa Internet Governance Secretariat under the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, UNECA, and the African Union for their excellent collaboration with the team of the ministry in the preparation of this important forum. You have indeed done a great job. Asanteni sana. Thank you so much. Honorable Guest of Honor, the Internet Governance Forum, AfIGF, is an international forum that brings together various stakeholders to discuss in-depth policy and regulatory issues related to the development of the internet.
The forum was established following the decisions of the World Summit of the Information Society, OSS, held in Tunis in 2005, and it was approved by the United Nations General Assembly. Since then, IGF meetings have been held annually at the global and regional levels, involving stakeholders from governments, parliaments, United Nations agencies, international organizations, ICT companies, the private sector, civil society, academia, and development partners. This Africa IGF, as a regional forum for Africa, is a key opportunity to raise and discuss policy challenges and opportunities in ICT development in Africa, and to develop joint strategies for Africa's digital future. Honorable guest of honor, this year's forum focuses on enabling Africa's digital future, where key topics will cover digital public infrastructure, DPI, and the data governance, cyber security, resilience and trust, artificial intelligence and emerging technologies, universal access and meaningful communication services, as well as digital cooperation aimed at fostering an inclusive and sustainable digital economy. Today, we are gathered here to discuss in depth how Africa can achieve its digital future. The world is currently on the edge of the fourth, fifth, and sixth industrial revolution, which are driven by modern technologies such as big data, the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, robotics, drones, and more. It is clear that we cannot ignore ICT. It is a clear enabler in achieving a modern economy based on knowledge and innovation. These technologies have the potential to transform every sector of life, including energy, health, education, transport, security, agriculture, and environment management. They can connect citizens to essential services, improve access to information, and help people access life-changing opportunities. But none of this can achieve without supportive and enabling policies and regulatory environment. Honorable guest of honor, the digital economy, which relies on digital infrastructure, platforms, digital public goods, services, businesses, and skills, has become a key pillar for reducing poverty and improving people's life. However, we still face significant challenges in Africa. For example, as of 2024, the International Telecommunication Union, ITU, reports that a third of the world population was still offline. Most of them were in Africa. Although 85% of Africans are covered by high-speed 3G internet infrastructure, only 38% of people have used the services, compared to the global average of 68%. Meanwhile, 5G coverage was only 11% in Africa, below the global average of 51%. Furthermore, there were significant gender and geographical disparities. 57% of urban people use the internet, compared to 23% in rural areas. Furthermore, only 31% of women in Africa were connected, compared to 43% of men. This is a significant gap that needs to be addressed. Honorable guest of honor. Also, the cost of services remains a challenge. The media price of an entry-level mobile broadband plan is 2G per month in Africa, accounted for 4.2% of a gross national income per capita, more than double the United Nations Broadband Commission, which is a target of 2%. Honorable guest of honor, all of this makes us realize that we have shared responsibility to invest in modern infrastructure, eliminate gender and geographical gaps, improve digital literacy, and ensure cyber security for current and future generations. On this basis, the government of the United Republic of Tanzania, under the strong leadership of Her Excellency, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, has seen the importance of hosting this major conference. Her Excellency, the President, launched the National Digital Economy Strategy with 6 pillars, as we saw in the video, which outlines the key steps to take Tanzania towards a modern digital-based economy. The government believes that this technology not only brings productivity, but also provides provide answers to major challenges in sectors such as education, health, energy, agriculture, transportation, and even disaster management. By using ICT, we can have more accountable government, one that delivers services quickly and efficiently, a government that listens to its citizens. Honorable guest of honor, with great respect and on behalf of all participants, I would like now to formally welcome you, Honorable Jerry William Silaa, the Minister for Communication, Information Technology of the United Republic of Tanzania, to address us and officially open this 14th Africa Internet Governance Conference. Karibu sana, Mheshimiwa.
Honorable Edward Mpogolo, Ilala District Commissioner and Dar es Salaam Regional Commissioner Representative, Honorable Ministers, Deputy Ministers responsible for ICT and representatives from different countries, recognize representation from Gambia, Malawi, South Africa, Rwanda, Ghana, Mozambique, Chad, Ms. Hawa Mbaye, Deputy Permanent Secretary, representing Minister of Infrastructure, Communication and Transport from the Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar, Honorable Innocent Kalogorest, Member of Parliament and representative of the Chairman of the United Republic of Tanzania Permanent Committee on Infrastructure, and other members of Parliament from the United Republic of Tanzania. We recognize the presence of Honorable Amina Mzee and Honorable Engineer Mwanaisha Ulenge. Honorable members of Parliament from all parliaments from different countries of Africa present here today. Dr. Mekta Sek, Chief of Section Emerging and Frontier Technologies, Innovation and Digital Transformation Section from United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, UNECA. Engineer Dr. Kazaura Kamugisha, Director of Infrastructure and Energy from Africa Union, and all AU delegates present. Ms. Doreen Bogdan Martin, Secretary General of International Telecommunication Union, represented here today, honorable ambassadors and representatives from international organizations present here, Dr. Emmanuel Manasseh, ITU Regional Director for Africa, Mr. Mohamed Hamis Abdullah, Permanent Secretary, Minister of Communication and Information Technology from the United Republic of Tanzania, and all permanent secretaries present here, Mr. Chengetai Masango, Head of the United Nations Secretariat for Internet Governance Forum, and all UN IGF Secretariat present here, Africa IGF Secretariat, Ms. Millennium Anthony Malamla, Youth IGF representative, and all youth representative and delegates present in this conference, Honorable Alagie Bow, Africa IGF MAG Chair, and all Africa MAG members present, chairpersons of the institutions under the Ministry of Communication and Information Technologies, heads of government institutions and private sector, representative of the permanent secretaries, heads of higher learning institutions, head and representative of financial institutions, management team from the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology, partners and sponsors present here, delegates from different nations present here, members of the press, good afternoon. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is both an honor and privilege to stand before you today as the guest of honor at this important meeting of the 14th African Internet Governance Forum 2025. First and foremost, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Almighty God for granting us life and enabling us to attend this forum. This forum is crucial for the development of the ICT sector in Africa and the world at large. Also, let me take this opportunity to thank the management of the ministry I lead, together with the African Union and the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, for organizing this important meeting and inviting the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, who, due to the overlap of responsibilities, has directed me to represent the Deputy Prime Minister, Honorable Dr. Mashaka Biteko, on her behalf in the role of opening this meeting. I bring you her greetings. She welcomes you to Dar es Salaam and wish you all the best in this important meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, I also take this opportunity to thank the African Union and the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, UNECA, for choosing Tanzania to host this African Internet Governance Forum, which is an important platform to discuss the future of digital development in Africa. Asanteni sana. Tanzania is ready to collaborate with the international community in ensuring that the goals of the World Summit on Information Society, Internet Governance Forum, the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, and those agreed in the Global Digital Compact are achieved. Organizing and hosting this meeting is a clear evidence and continuation of our commitment to bring development not only to our citizens, but to the African community and the world at large. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of the Tanzania government to welcome all of you who have come from different parts of the world and have found it important to participate in this African IGF meeting here in Tanzania. Indeed, we are pleased to welcome you to this city of Dar es Salaam, and we wish you a productive participation and peaceful stay in our country. As you know, Tanzania is a country renowned for its cultural and natural diversity. It is a country of peace and stability with more than 65 million people, and the main language is Swahili, which is currently used by many countries in the implementation of their responsibilities. Ladies and gentlemen, Tanzania is home to the world-renowned tourist attractions, including Mount Kilimanjaro, the Zanzibar Islands, and over 16 national parks teeming with the wildlife such as Serengeti, Ngorongoro Crater, Selous, and many others. I hope you will extend your stay to visit these beautiful destinations. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are gathered here to participate in the Africa Internet Governance Forum under the theme, Enabling Africa's Digital Future. This forum will cover key topics such as internet policies, digital public infrastructure, the data governance, cybersecurity, resilience and trust, artificial intelligence and emerging technologies, universal access and meaningful connectivity, and enhancing digital cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a significant achievement, especially as we celebrate 20 years since the establishment of the Internet Governance Forum under the United Nations, following the 2005 World Summit on the Information Society. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been informed that IGF 2025 has been attended by diverse participants, including government leaders, parliamentarians, UN agencies, international organizations, global ICT companies, private sector actors, and development partners from 51 African countries and 5 non-African nations, both physical and online. I kindly argue all deeply engaged in discussing Africa's ICT issues and finding solutions for achieving a digital economy. Ladies and gentlemen, this year marks 20 years since the WISIS and IGF began. As we reflect on this journey and consider our future expectations, we must celebrate achievements, examine challenges, and improve implementation strategies aligned with the Global Digital Compact, resolutions of the United Nations General Assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, the government of the United Republic of Tanzania continues to make progress in implementing the WISIS and the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. We aim to enhance ICT use to stimulate the growth of the digital economy and improve citizens' lives across urban and rural areas. Digital transformation lays the foundation for the digital inclusive economy powered by ICT, with all sectors working in synergy through robust digital systems. This transformation is supported by solid foundations in our policy and legal frameworks. These frameworks have significantly improved public service delivery, including financial transactions, e-commerce, e-education, healthy agriculture, e-society, and good governance. Ladies and gentlemen, our government has implemented several legislative and policy instruments to promote safe, inclusive, and innovative use of ICT. This includes the National ICT Policy of 2003, revised in 2016, Universal Communication Service Access Act of 2006, Electronic and Postal Communication Act of 2010, Cyber Crimes Act of 2015, Electronic Transaction Act of 2015, E-Government Act of 2019, and Personal Data Protection Act of 2022. Additionally, the national ICT strategies include the Digital Economy Strategy, the E-Government Strategy, the National Broadband Strategy, and Cyber Security Strategies. We have established dedicated ICT institutions such as the Tanzania Communication Regulatory Authority, TCRA, the E-Government Authority, IGA, the Personal Data Protection Commission, PDPC, the Universal Communication Service Action Fund, UCSAF, and the ICT Commission, ICTC. Ladies and gentlemen, Tanzania has made significant progress in building ICT infrastructure, including a 13,820 kilometer national ICT broadband backbone, connecting all regions and districts, and interlinking with our neighboring countries, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, Zambia, Malawi, and Mozambique. We are now preparing to connect with the Democratic Republic of Congo via Lake Tanganyika. Ladies and gentlemen, we have created an enabling investment environment resulting in mobile broadband services reaching 92% for 3G, 91% for 4G, and 23% for 5G of the population. Other milestones include Tanzania. Other milestones include Tanzania among leading countries in the regional, having the large fiber network of over 27,000 kilometers of fiber optics, 6 national data centers, 4 undersea cables, and 6 internet exchange points, 1,366 towers built in 1,243 wards, covering 3,701 villages. Ladies and gentlemen, to ensure citizens benefit from the digital economy, the government and partners have developed various digital systems to improve government services, such as GPG, TIPS, MUSE, and TAUSI, which are revenue systems, NAPA, which is the National Address System, MAMA, which is the Healthy Services System, NEST, which is the procurement system, NIDA, which is the National ID System, PEPMIS, which is a Public Service Human Resources System, and digital wallets used by over 72% of my mobile users for financial transactions. Ladies and gentlemen, under the leadership of Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, there have been strong emphasis on ICT systems, data exchange, and governance. We have developed the Jamii Exchange platform to facilitate national and international system interoperability. The government has also strengthened strategic ICT leadership across sectors, increased human resource to drive ICT initiatives, and improved ICT education for the public. This includes the establishment of the National ICT Professional Registration System, the implementation of the Digital Tanzania project, which has trained 500 ICT professionals, and the provision of the training programs for over 600 ICT professionals. The establishment of the digital clubs to teach basic ICT skills to citizens from the kindergarten to secondary level. The establishment of digital clubs to teach basic ICT skills to citizens, and the integration of ICT into the education curricula at all levels, and the implementation of the public awareness program to enhance digital literacy. Ladies and gentlemen, the essence and core principle of the Internet Governance Forum, IGF, lies in the inclusion of various stakeholders in its implementation. The core values ensures that all stakeholders, including government, civil society, and private sector, the technical community, the academia, have an equal opportunity to participate in shaping the future of the internet. This participatory approach fosters a diversity of perspectives and expertise, which is essential in addressing the diverse challenges that arise in the internet governance. Ladies and gentlemen, the internet is now a basic service, like water, electricity, or roads. It connects children to education, farmers to markets, innovators to opportunities, and citizens to get digital services. Ensuring inclusive, fair, and open access requires collaborations among stakeholders. This was emphasized during the UNESCO Internet Universality launch at the IGF in Riyadh. Ladies and gentlemen, let us remember the Global Digital Compact, adopted by 193 UN member states during the UN Summit of the Future in the year 2024. It aims to create a safe, inclusive, and people-centered digital environment. I urge forum participants to align IGF and WISE's goals with the GDC implementation to accelerate digital access for all, bridge digital divide, promote inclusive digital economies, and uphold responsible governance of digital technologies and artificial intelligence. Ladies and gentlemen, to advance AI governance in Tanzania, I have been informed that UNESCO we will present the assessment report on Tanzania AI readiness, which the UNESCO representative has already handed over to me. This report outlines strategic areas for action, ensuring AI usage aligned with major concerns of equality, transparency, human rights, and stakeholders' solidarity. This report has come timely as we finalize our national AI strategy. On behalf of the government, I would like to thank UNESCO and all experts involved to contribute their comments on the readiness assessment report. With this initiative, I encourage other countries to conduct similar assessment as recommended in the Africa AI Declaration of April 2025. Asanteni sana, UNESCO. Ladies and gentlemen, I also remind you to uphold the discussion on the African Union Declaration on Internet Governance and Digital Economy adopted at the 30th Ordinary Session of the AU Assembly in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia on 2018. I reaffirm inclusive participation. I reaffirm inclusive stakeholder engagement based on the Tunis Agenda, which emphasizes participation, transparency, cultural and gender sensitivity, and recognition of diverse stakeholders' role. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, over the years, we have seen this Internet Governance Forum as a very important part of monitoring and ensuring the development of the Internet for all in a transparent and equitable manner. This is reflected in its activities that include various stakeholders, including young people. As I've been told, they've been here having a forum yesterday, to gain knowledge through a special internet school that is held at each meeting. Therefore, I propose to continue this important platform for the future of the internet society that we want. Ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to congratulate the organizers of the recently concluded African School of the Cyber Governance with participation from member states. The School of Cyber Governance has been a hub of knowledge for our youth in building a knowledgeable and informed society. To young innovators, young policymakers, and digital native youth, your voice is vital in this era of digital transformation. Your creativity is essential, and this platform should be used as a catalyst for bold ideas and meaningful actions, both for your personal growth and for the benefit of our nations. Ladies and gentlemen, I urge and encourage you to ensure that Africa's voice remains strong and unified as we approach the WISES Plus 20 review and the development of the Global Digital Compact. It is important to engage in deep discussions about Africa's digital future so that we can stand together and ensure that all African priorities, those that drive social and economic development in our countries, are included and acted upon in the United Nations deliberations. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I would like to thank and congratulate the management of the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology of the United Republic of Tanzania, the African Union, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, the UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs, and the IGF Secretariat, the MAG, and the Organizing Committee, the School of Internet Governance, the civil society, our youth, and all partners for organizing this forum and keeping this platform active and impactful. Hongereni sana. I also thank the sponsors who generously supported the success of this forum, including the Internet Society, the ICANN, Global Gateways, GIZ, UCSAF, SoftNEC, Huawei Tanzania, TTCL, Personal Data Protection Commission, Radi Fiber, DEM Group, Nokia Tanzania, Jamii Africa, and Airtel Tanzania. Asanteni sana. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, having said that, I wish you all the very best during this forum. May your discussion be fruitful and productive, and may you emerge with a declaration that reflects where we are and where we aspire to go. Your ideas are crucial in building the Africa we want. With that, I now officially declare the 14th Africa Internet Governance Forum officially opened. God bless Tanzania, God bless Africa. Asanteni sana kwa kunisikiliza.
Distinguished delegates, may I request you to kindly take your seats. May I request the members of the high table to kindly join honorable guest of honor for a group photo session. May I request members of the high table to kindly join us for the group photo session. We are going to go on to two activities, guest of honor. Number one will be a photo session, only 4 groups. Number 2, guest of honor will be cutting of the cake as we commemorate the 20th anniversary of AfIGF. May I request honorable members of parliament to come for the first photo session. Honorable members of parliament, please join us for the first photo session. Maadhimisho. Thank you very much. Can I call to the stage the partners, the sponsors and partners, ISOC, ICANN, GIZ, European Union, German Cooperation, UCSAF, Huawei, all the sponsors and partners. Members of the high table, please remain on the stage. Honorable ministers, please remain on the stage. Honorable ministers, kindly remain on the stage. Can we put our hands together for the partners who've supported us? Let's clap our hands for them in appreciation for their support. Thank you very much. I'm now going to call ambassadors, as well as UN representatives present. Excellencies, ambassadors, and UN representatives present. Thank you so much. The final photo, last but one, will have the committee, including the MAG Secretariat. Committee, including the MAG Secretariat. Committee and the MAG Secretariat. Multi-stakeholders advisory group. Thank you so much. May I now request UNESCO to remain on the stage. UNESCO, the rest of us, please, we go back. May I request the committee to unveil the cake. Asante Brass Band. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa Internet Governance Forum is commemorating its 20th birthday or 20th anniversary. May I request all of us to please rise for this gesture? Can we all please stand up for this gesture? And let's clap our hands as the minister is cutting the cake. Brass band. Another big round of applause, a big round of applause. Congratulations. Honorable Minister and the ministers will have a share of the cake. Can we all please be seated? Can we all kindly take our seats back? The ministers will have their shares of cake to represent all the countries in Africa present. And then on behalf of the Secretariat, we have our very own Soreen. The rest of us will have the cake when we break for lunch. Asante, asante san. Distinguished delegates, the ministers now will go to the holding room so that we can arrange the stage for our ministerial panel. Next onto the stage is the ministerial panel, looking onto Can I have the setup? Please stay back. All of us, do not leave the room. Please don't leave the room. Delegates, what is coming up next is the ministerial roundtable. Please do not leave. We all want to hear what our ministers have to say. This is happening in 5 minutes from now. 5 minutes, we have the ministerial roundtable on digital public infrastructure, enabler Africa digital economy. So please remain seated. If you need to stand up to stretch up, you can do that, but please do not leave the room. Thank you so much. DJ Brass Band, we are on for the 5 minutes as we set up the stage. Ministerial panel will start in 5 minutes. Please do not leave the room. If you need to stand up and stretch up, you're more than welcome to do so. Thank you. Maadhimisho, tunaomba tutoe the podiums on the stage. Delegates, please take your seats now. Delegates, please take your seats now as I bring the ministers back for a ministerial panel. Moses, Dr. Moses Nkundwe. Please put it on, put it on. Distinguished delegates, please take your seats as I bring back the ministers to the room for a ministerial panel. All delegates, please take your seats. May I request all the delegates to take your seats as I bring back the ministers for a ministerial panel. Please all take your seats.
Hapana, atakuwa shikilia. Atakuwa anaongea kwa huyu bwana. Moderator atakuwa hapa.
Can we all please be seated as I bring the ministers back? May I request the Secretariat to kindly bring the ministers back into the room? Can we all please take our seats? I will announce after lunch. I will announce about the lunch in about 30 minutes after the ministerial panel. Can the rest of us please take our seats? Camera, I will take you guys out of this room. Please let my delegates take their seats. Can I request everyone standing to please take your seat? Everyone standing, kindly take your seats. Those who are standing between the ministerial panel and the lunch. So please take your seats. Nikuombe sasa walete mawaziri. Katibu mkuu. DJ. Can I have the Secretariat to have the cake removed? Secretariat, can we have the cake removed? Isabella? Those still standing, can you please take your seats? I'm seeing a bunch of us still standing. Naomba tuketi. As the ministers are coming in, let us give them a round of applause. Moses Nkundwe, guide us onto the next stage.
Good afternoon. Now we are going to start our high-level panel. on digital public infrastructure. Why this panel is important for Africa? As you know, digital public infrastructure encompasses digital ID system, financial service, and data exchange platform. These are the key foundation of digital public infrastructure. All daily application we are doing on digital, using mobile phone, using mobile wallet, calling is based on the digital public infrastructure. For Africa, we can build from our digital public infrastructure. Why? As of today, we have 85% of African countries they have their national ID system, not digital ID, national ID system. And 70% use biometric. From there, we can build a solid and robust digital ID. We are going to navigate in several use cases. In Gambia, we have seen during the opening ceremony, the progress. In Tanzania, we have a very good example we can discuss on this today. And also, Rwanda can be a good example. We need further to harmonize all infrastructure policy. It is very important to, at the policy level, we can have this harmonization because we are going to implement this African free trade area. Also, access to essential service, like financial service. We need to bridge this gap between fintech and the bank service to make sure we have our fintech can play an important role in this digital public infrastructure service. Interoperability is a key now. In several countries, you can't send money, you can't exchange. Sometimes the exchange is within the country. From Tanzania to another country, sometimes it's difficult for another country to send another country because the issue of legislation and the issue of technology and interoperability system. And we are going to, in the PAP, the Pan-African payment system, now we have only 14 countries. We need this coordination, this collaboration, and to put in place a very good platform speaking each other. Why today? We are going to have a key player on digital public infrastructure across the continent. We are going to listen to them to know what progress have been made and to learn from their experience how we can put in place a solid and robust digital public structure can account all issues relative to infrastructure, policy, interoperability system. And I have the pleasure to give the floor now to our moderator, Mr. Moses, to come and conduct this high-level session. Moses, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maktasak, for that introduction of this powerful session of honorable ministers who are representing 5 countries in Africa. And I would like to start to just introduce the honorable ministers in the country that they are representing. We have an honorable minister from the Republic of Tanzania. There is an honorable minister from Republic of Chad who is going to present online. And there is an honorable minister from Republic of South Africa, an honorable minister from Republic of Gambia, and the honorable minister from Republic of Malawi. So we are 5 of us. We are going to discuss this very important topic of digital public infrastructure as an enabler of digital infrastructure. So I'll follow the protocol of AU, of where I will ask questions based on the protocol, and basically I'll start with Honorable Jerry Slaa of United Republic of Tanzania. Samia Stack presents a unique integrated approach to national digital infrastructure. How single digital wallet will foster entrepreneurial activities in the continent, and how can Tanzania experience inform continent on interoperability framework?
Good afternoon once again. I'm sure we've watched the video of how the interoperability project, which include Jamii Stack, Jamii Malipo, and Jamii Data Exchange, operates in Tanzania. Now, on a digital wallet, what is a digital wallet? A digital wallet is just like a normal wallet where you keep your money, your credit cards, and your IDs. Now, a digital wallet is a unified, secure application where it allows an individual to keep, store, send, receive, and manage his money or money based on a digital platform. And this is operated using a Jamii Malipo or Jamii Pay system, which is developed by the government of the United Republic of Tanzania. And currently, as you've seen and you've heard in my speech, we have a very vast development in digital platforms and digital payment system in the country. We have the mobile payments, we have bank mobile applications, where once you unified it in a single unified wallet, digital wallet, then it can allow an individual to send, receive, manage money on the fingertips, on the gadget. And this helps the entrepreneurs to easy up way of doing business, to easy up access of capital. As you may be aware, if you go to a traditional bank to apply for a loan, you need to fill up forms, you need to make up reports. Some of these reports are cooked, but now on a unified digital wallet, it's quite easy to access remotely financial services, to raise capital, and you can allow bank systems, which most of them now are AI generated, to analyze the user's financial records and to analyze the specific product which the entrepreneur can access so that it can help the entrepreneur to raise capital and to ease up doing business. Now, on the Jamii Stack, which we call Samia Jamii Stack, it provides a stack where digital ID, payments, data exchange work together. That's where you have the Jamii Data Exchange, you have Jamii Malipo, which I say is a Jamii Pay. Now, the stack allows the interoperability between the mobile payment, the data exchange to work together, and we create a trust, inclusion, and speedy operation of the systems. This model is an open and scalable, and it can be used across Africa. And I've said this in a conference in Kigali, and I'm saying it again today, that African countries, they don't need to go on a traditional way because we are sovereign countries and each country want to do everything on its own. We can work together on platform like this, come with declarations where if you find one African country like the way Tanzania has been advanced on a system which can be interoperable and work across borders to African countries, we can exchange knowledge, we can work together and make sure the Samia Stack not only work in Tanzania, but it can work across border, it can work on unifying Africa on digital platform and make sure as we're implementing Tanzania digital economy strategy, we can work on Africa's digital economy as one and unified effort. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Honorable. Just summarize what you've explained. It's about universal digital wallet, how it can easy doing business, help to store the cash, and specifically the issue of financial inclusion, which is very important for our continent. And also you have re-emphasized that we are ready to share the knowledge with other African countries in the Samia Stack, which is concerning about digital ID, digital interoperability systems, and digital payment systems. So this is Very nice intervention from you. I'm going to second question from a participant who is online, Honorable Bakar Michel, Republic of Chad. Given the security challenges and digital fragility facing the part of the Sahel, how can we design resilient DPI system that serve the citizen while mitigate cybersecurity risk and ensuring data sovereignty in conflict-prone regions? Republic of Chad. Let's come.
Ok, c'est bon alors, ça va? Vous m'entendez? Vous m'entendez? Allô?
Hello?
Allô?
Hello?
Allô? Vous m'entendez?
Yes. Yes.
Ok, bon, merci beaucoup, merci, cher homologue ministre venant de l'Afrique. Aujourd'hui, nous célébrons la 20e anniversaire de la gouvernance de l'Internet en Afrique. C'est un lieu, dans un premier temps, de remercier les pays hôtes organisateurs de cette conférence et en plus mes collègues qui se trouvent en Tanzanie, un beau pays où je voudrais faire partie de cette réunion, mais eu égard au changement des dernières minutes, je n'ai pas pu faire le déplacement, mais toute la délégation tchadienne est sur place. En effet, l'Afrique connaît une transition énergétique numérique très progressive qui transforme ses économies, ses systèmes éducatifs, ses services publics et ses relations sociales. Et vous savez que les infrastructures numériques, réseaux, data, centres, plateformes, le digital, les systèmes d'identification numérique, cybersécurité sont au cœur de cette transformation numérique. En fait, par rapport au thème qui nous a été donné, pour le cas de mon pays, le Tchad, qu'est-ce qui se passe? Le Tchad fait 1 284 000 km², avec une population environ 18 000 km, 18 millions d'habitants. Les activités qui sont dans le secteur primaire sont à peu près à 42,6%, le secteur industriel 14,3%, le secteur des services 40,5% et une inflation de 3%. Alors, les potentialités de notre pays, le Tchad, c'est le solaire thermique, l'éolien et puis bien d'autres choses. Aujourd'hui, comme nous parlons de la connectivité, alors vous savez que le Tchad se situe au niveau de l'Afrique centrale et le Tchad est au cœur de l'Afrique et c'est un pays enclavé. Aujourd'hui, quand vous parlez de la connectivité, il faut se dire qu'il y a un problème réel par rapport au câble sous-marin, au câble d'atterrissage, qui se situe à des milliers de kilomètres par rapport au Tchad. Alors, ceci est un frein. Quand vous prenez la carte d'Afrique, vous voyez que le Tchad est au centre de cette bataille pour permettre à réaliser les connectivités. Qu'est-ce que le Tchad a réalisé? Nous avons le projet réalisé, c'est environ 3015 km. Le projet en cours de réalisation, 3900 km. Et nous avons eu les partenaires à nous accompagner, la Banque mondiale, la BAD, à travers le projet de transformation numérique, sans oublier aussi les partenaires qui sont dans les matériaux de fabrication qui nous accompagnent, tels que Huawei et d'autres, que nous tenons à les remercier. Alors, le problème qui se pose, c'est la passerelle vers l'international. Aujourd'hui, nous prenons notre collectivité à partir du Cameroun. Et lorsque le Cameroun est coupé, on a un blackout, on ne parle plus d'Internet. Nous avons la passerelle qui va vers le Cameroun qui est réalisée, mais qui se trouve qu'à un moment donné, il y a des coupures. Et ces coupures, lorsque le Tchad n'a pas cette traversée au niveau international, ça nous pose énormément de problèmes. Nous avons l'aspect, le projet de la DTS, c'est la transsaharienne, la dorsale transsaharienne qui passe vers le Niger, aujourd'hui qui se situe à une distance de 500 quelques kilomètres, 509 kilomètres. Aujourd'hui, les travaux sont avancés. Nous sommes en train d'avancer avec l'appui de la BAD et de l'Union européenne. Le Tchad a réalisé un projet à peu près 1000 quelques qui va vers le Soudan. Mais avec la guerre du Soudan, il se pose que notre correction, notre connectivité n'arrive pas au niveau international et on s'arrête juste à la frontière. Et là également, c'est des enjeux que nous devons y réfléchir. Lorsqu'il y a des accords entre deux pays et qu'il y a la guerre, est-ce qu'on peut couper ce pays? Il faut commencer déjà à réfléchir sur la gouvernance Internet au niveau international. C'est comme entre le Tchad et le Cameroun, un pays voisin avec qui nous avons de bonnes relations et des relations d'amitié et de fraternité. À travers notre projet Pipeline qui transfère les barils de pétrole vers le Cameroun, nous avons la connectivité qui vient vers le Cameroun. Mais s'il y a un problème, on a des accords, il faut appliquer les accords parce que ça influence directement sur la population. Nous avons en cours le projet de Tchad-Libye, le projet de Tchad-Nigeria et le projet de Tchad-Égypte pour la connectivité, pour arrêt au niveau de la mer, au niveau international. Donc, tous ces câbles sous-marins, lorsqu'ils traversent par le Tchad devient un hub de la TIC en Afrique, c'est-à-dire soutien au centre de l'Afrique. Tous ces câbles, lorsque nous avons tous ces passerelles qui sont liées vers l'international, le Tchad deviendra incontestablement le hub de la TIC. C'est pourquoi nous pensons que dans le projet, les défis liés à la connectivité de la fibre optique dans les pays enclavés, qu'est-ce qui se passe vis-à-vis de ces défis? Premièrement, la dépendance vis-à-vis des pays voisins qui aboutissent forcément à la dégradation et la qualité des services de réseau, à un coût élevé des services, le monopole du marché, la bande passante internationale qui reste limitée. Parce que lorsque nous avons le SPRA qui est déjà accordé avec le Cameroun, par exemple, et que le Cameroun n'arrive pas à nous donner la capacité supérieure à ce que nous demandons, il se pose un problème parce que ça influence un peu sur l'indisponibilité du service et quelquefois c'est le blackout. Deuxièmement, il y a la vulnérabilité des infrastructures. Une coupure peut priver le pays d'Internet pendant des jours. Et aujourd'hui, l'Internet est devenu quelque chose d'essentiel qui fait partie des objectifs de développement durable auxquels nous avons simplement 5 mois pour les atteindre en année 2030. Mais on va se projeter, si on n'arrive pas, on se projettera sur l'agenda 2060 de l'Union africaine pour que tout le monde puisse avoir l'Internet à moindre coût et à un coût abordable. Cette fragilité impacte fortement l'économie, l'administration et la vie quotidienne lorsqu'il y a un blackout. Troisièmement, il y a l'insuffisance du maillage national. Un vaste territoire comme le Tchad, avec 1 284 000 km² pour vraiment donner l'accès à l'Internet à toute la population, il faut beaucoup de gymnastique. Puisque nous n'avons pas les gaz, nous produisons le centrale thermique avec le soleil, avec le gasoil. Qui dit gasoil dit coût exorbitant pour produire l'électricité. Et donc, ça fait en sorte que quand vous parlez de l'Internet, il faut penser également à la technologie nouvelle, le solaire. En Tanzanie, par exemple, vous avez le géothermie, qui est non loin du Kenya aussi, qui ont le géothermie, et d'autres pays qui sont situés au centre de l'Afrique, qui produisent l'électricité à partir de l'hydroélectricité, fait en sorte que quand vous liez la connectivité, vous liez l'énergie, vous satisferez votre population, et donc toutes ces choses-là vont de pair. Il y a des défis techniques et énergétiques, comme je disais, le manque d'œuvres qualifiées des personnes pouvant assurer toutes nos infrastructures, la difficulté d'accès à certaines zones, et le Tchad très vaste, Alors, on est obligé de tenir compte de certains accords. Récemment, nous avons signé des accords avec Starlink pour permettre à atteindre l'objectif, la connectivité à toute la population dans des zones franches, dans des zones blanches. Il faut qu'il y ait des réseaux satellitaires qui peuvent permettre les gens à aller plus loin. Quatrièmement, nous avons le besoin de diversité des routes de connectivité. Le Tchad cherche à diversifier ses accès à la fibre optique vers l'Égypte, vers le Niger et le Nigeria, dont nous avons parlé également. Nous venons d'adopter le plan national de développement qui va être bientôt soumis au niveau de Dubaï, que le ministre d'État, le ministre en charge de l'économie, hier nous avons fait passer ça au Conseil des ministres. Ça fait en sorte que c'est des projets qui vont lancer le Tchad lorsque tous les investisseurs pourront nous accompagner pour réaliser tous ces projets-là. Maintenant, les outils pour améliorer la connectivité, qu'est-ce qu'il faut? Il nous faut premièrement une interconnexion régionale avec les pays voisins. Les pays enclavés doivent établir des liaisons de fibres optiques avec plusieurs voisins, avec un accès direct à des câbles sous-marins. Il faut enfin diversifier les routes et garantir la redondance du réseau. Récemment, je salue comment on appelle, je salue l'effort qui avait été fait entre le Tchad et le Cameroun en signant des accords il y a cela 2 semaines quand nous étions au Cameroun, où le Cameroun et le Tchad se sont accordés à créer une redondance qui va quitter Nana Béré, Béré Kakapol vers le Tchad et qui va aller vers Douba. Ça va créer une redondance jusqu'à Béché pour ceux qui connaissent un peu la carte d'Afrique. Et en cas de coupure, il y aura quelques millimètres de temps de latence pour que ça puisse arriver en Ndamela. Par exemple, le Tchad est relié au câble sous-marin SAT-3 via le Cameroun et SI via le Soudan. Maintenant, le Soudan est en guerre et on envisage d'autres points d'atterrissage de câbles sous-marins tels que le WAX, le MAN, via les autres pays. Ces interconnexions permettent de réduire la dépendance à une seule route et d'améliorer la qualité et la disponibilité du service Internet. Les pays enclavés doivent négocier un accès ouvert et non discriminatoire au point d'atterrissage des câbles sous-marins chez les pays côtiers, afin de garantir la qualité, la disponibilité des prix et la résilience du réseau. Et il est recommandé de diversifier le point d'accès pour éviter les coupures majeures en cas d'incident sur une route unique. Qu'est-ce qui se passe en ce qui consiste les améliorations de la connectivité? Nous avons pensé mettre les points XP dans 4 ou 5 grandes villes. En N'Djamena, déjà, nous avons mis le point XP pour faire en sorte que même s'il y a coupure, qu'on puisse communiquer en interne. Maintenant, on pense élargir, on n'a pas lancé, mais on pense déjà élargir la mise en place du XP à Béchier, à Sar, à Mundou, à Mao. Alors, la création de points XP d'Internet nationaux et la connectivité des XP régionaux permettent de garder le trafic local dans la région, réduisant ainsi la latence et le coût d'interconnexion internationale. Cela favorise aussi le développement des contenus des services locaux. Alors, maintenant, pour encadrer tout ça, il faut un cadre politique, réglementaire et financier favorable. Premièrement, il faut l'élaboration politique nationale pour faciliter l'accès aux infrastructures internationales et promouvoir la concurrence sur le marché de la fibre optique. Deuxièmement, il faut promouvoir des partenariats publics-privés pour le financement de la construction et la gestion des réseaux de fibre optique. Troisièmement, mise en œuvre des cadres réglementaires pour garantir l'accès ouvert aux infrastructures et encourager les investissements privés. Alors, pour ce faire, quelles sont les solutions technologiques complémentaires que nous pourrons adopter? C'est l'utilisation de technologies alternatives comme les Wi-Fi, longue distance, les réseaux radio point à point ou les satellites à faible coût pour compléter la fibre optique dans les zones où l'accès est très difficile. Il faut exploiter les espaces blancs du spectre TV pour offrir une connectivité moindre coût dans les zones rurales. Cinquièmement, il faut privilégier également la coopération et la coordination régionale. C'est à quoi nous encourageons des projets bilatéraux trilatéraux ou multilatéraux pour la construction des réseaux transfrontaliers. Il faut maintenir le dialogue permanent entre le gouvernement, les bailleurs de fonds et les opérateurs pour lever les obstacles techniques, financiers et réglementaires. Mesdames et messieurs les ministres, chers homologues, je tiens vraiment à vous féliciter de cette rencontre et je pense qu'il y aura d'autres occasions où personnellement j'aurai la chance de vous serrer la main. Je vous en remercie et vous transmets les salutations depuis le Tchad. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for that articulate answers to our question. Just to summarize of what you have explained, you have articulated about the importance of partnership with regional countries that are surrounding your country and some of the challenges that you face. You have said that there is a partnership between Sudan, Cameroon. You have articulated about the design and resilience of DPI system and how it's going to work. The mitigation measure that you have put across, the government of infrastructure between the countries that they're supporting, surrounding your country, like Cameroon, you've said about Sudan, Nigeria, and things like that. And also the special program that you have with Egypt and Nigeria to connect Chad with the international submarine cable. And also you have talked about the redundancy of using satellites as another means of connecting with other countries. And you have articulated some of the challenges that your country is facing when it comes to connectivity. Now, I go to the Deputy Minister of Republic of South Africa. The question is this. As one of Africa's digital economy leader, how is South Africa advancing cross-border DPI interoperability to support African continental free trade area? And what steps are needed to strengthen regional collaboration on standards and legal frameworks?
Thank
you very much, Mr. Facilitator. We do attach significance to the nature of the question, that of how are we advancing cross-border digital public infrastructure interoperability to support the AfTA. And of course, followed by the question of the step needed. What views do you want to share with you to start? Now, collaboration on standards and legal framework. The point I want to make, Mr. Facilitator, is that everything we're doing now in our country is headed in that direction. But to be in that direction and get there, there's work we are doing at the moment. We have adopted a digital transformation roadmap which focuses on digital public infrastructure. What excites us is that digital transformation roadmap has been adopted now, not as a departmental program. It's adopted as one of the key Vulindlela projects, unlocking the economy in the office of the presidency. Therefore, we are excited in the sense that we think that the mindset of our country, in as far as this is concerned, is in the right place. We believe, therefore, that once at home, the transformation roadmap integrators achieve the domestic interoperability, it puts us on course to actually answer the tough question you have put before us. We do want to underscore the importance of digital public infrastructure, especially when inclusively and transparently designed, that it has the capability to unlock efficiencies, accountability, and innovations at a scale. So it's a critical matter if we were to deal with the massive unemployment, poverty, and so on. We are saying with this, what this then means to us is that the continental perspective is that we can now share data, cross-border data flow, having agreed on the standard. And we want to make the point that our country has already adopted a data policy in cloud, which actually provides for cross-border data flow. We also want to share with this august house that as G20 presidency ensues in our country, we have placed an emphasis on this, and we are developing a toolkit to identify critical data needed and how to package it and how to regulate it. As such, it then a common sense that, or a no-brainer that, a standard framework on privacy of personal data to ensure cybersecurity conditions becomes necessary. It's therefore important that to continue encouraging the adoption of common standards and legal framework for data protection and cybersecurity becomes a critical point. We want to take this opportunity to say to our data experts and software developers, they must help us to build institutional coordination and interoperable digital system which clearly define mandates and effective cross-border sectoral alignment. We do rely on young people and tech entrepreneurs who want to make this point to build this interoperable network system so that we can grow local expertise, address local challenges, and come out with local solutions, be it in digital ID, digital payment, network exchange, or applications, because we believe that we can do this with the African capabilities that are at our disposal. Mr. Facilitator, the digital transformation of South African government has unfolded over more than 2 decades, navigating various challenges whilst achieving notable progress. I've already said we have already adopted a roadmap which has got the following pillars: a digital identity, which is going to assist as we integrate to secure distantly access to services. Data exchange is an initiative number 2 of that roadmap strategy, which is to ensure that there's access to government services, policy making, and service delivery. The third pillar, which is about digital payment for cost-effective and ease of initiating transactions. The last pillar being a trusted digital channels for accessing government information. We talk up here, this pillar will deal with ensuring that an information is stored in a safe environment and where it is authenticated, where it can be trusted for use by stakeholders, private or public. The following key initiatives and projects have delivered impactful results, helping to shape our country as it evolves in the digital landscape. On the service access, platforms such as South African Revenue Services, for instance, e-filing, where people are able to do online tax return, and also the INATIS, the National Transport Information System, which keeps us up to date on the state of traffic in real time, South African Social Security Agents online grant applications, which make sure that people are able to actually apply online. Again, one of the successes which had an impactful bearing in our country has been the payment structure. South Africa's sophisticated national payment system now includes instant peer-to-peer payments through what we refer to as PayShap, and a range of government-to-person, which we commonly refer to as G2P payment options. alongside the upgrading of the government's financial accounting system in the integrated financial system. On the digital identity, one of the successes can find expression in what our central bank has done on the digital financial identity. Again, as a country, again in pursuit of the enabling, in demonstrating our appreciating of the DPI, I want to share with the House that just in the poor communities, we've been able to connect not less than 1.5 million households, which have got access to a gig of not more than 6 or 7 rand, and with an amount of about 209 rand a month, unlimited. We also have gone a long way to improve our border management situation by establishing an integrated system through what we refer to as Border Management Authority. This agency has enhanced its technological capacity for real-time information sharing within South Africa, the extent of its interoperability with regional and continental partners, which remains that part of regional integration. I want to make this point, is an area which we want to make the point that is still for further development. Currently, the agency has been able to ensure that organizations such as Interpol are our partners and stakeholders in assisting to enhance cross-border intelligence sharing, tracking transnational crime, promoting digital interoperability across border management systems. These partnerships support the agency's mandate to integrate with the international database, enabling timely alerts, shared watch lists, and real-time communication for coordinated enforcement across SADC region and beyond. With one organization already on board, more will be done to roll out data sharing across various organizations and member states. Mr. Program Facilitator, to answer the second dimension, how do you strengthen regional collaboration on standards and legal framework? The following steps need to be taken by state parties in our view: the sharing of best practices and establishment of cross-border regulatory coordination mechanisms, alignment with international standards for privacy, security, and digital commerce, encouraging the adoption of common standard and legal framework for data protection and cybersecurity, promoting institutional coordination on interoperable digital system with clearly defined mandates and effective cross-sectoral alignment, leveraging multilateral platforms such as AU and SADC to run joint pilot projects, and growing localized solutions that harness youth talent. In closing, we want to make the point that we think it's properly themed when it is this exercise, when it is about Africa's digital future through DPI. DPI, Honorable Facilitator, is a game changer in our view if we harness its potential and be deliberate in ensuring we use local talent and share expertise as a continent. Through regional collaboration, inclusive governance, and sustainable investment, DPI, in our view, can become the foundation for intra-Africa trade, innovation, and equitable digital transformation. Our country stands committed to a people-centered, interoperable, and secure DPI framework. Through regional collaboration, inclusive governance, and sustainable investment, the digital public infrastructure can become the foundation for intra-Africa trade, innovation, and equitable digital transformation. We thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Facilitator.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister, for your very in-depth insights about three things that were basically touched in that question, that is cross-border interoperability, Africa Free Continental Trade Area, and the standard and legal framework. I would just want to highlight few of the things that you explained. You explained the importance of domestic interoperability, which is a very good point. Regional interoperability, the issue of cross-border data, the privacy of personal data. You have emphasized about the common standards and the need of adopting that in the continent. The importance of data exchange standards, and also the importance of instant peer-to-peer payment system, which is very insightful. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. Now, I go to the Honorable Minister, Republic of the Gambia. Effective DPI depend on robust institutional networks. The governance model of the Gambia pursuing to ensure DPI is citizen-centered, inclusive, and accountable. And how can African nations harmonize oversight structures for DPI implementations?
Thank you so much. Honorable Ministers, let me first start by extending the special greetings from His Excellency, the President of the Republic of the Gambia, to Her Excellency, Dr. Samir Suluhu, of the Federal Republic of Tanzania, through you, Honorable Minister. And we are very grateful to be invited to be part of this very special event. As I make attempts to answer this question relating to what we do in the Gambia, let me first make a very simple observation. And I think if I do not do it, I wouldn't be doing the right thing to myself. I remember the last time I visited Tanzania, that must be in 2017, 2018. And when I arrived just a few days ago, let me be very clear, I didn't recognize the airport. But to much of my surprise is what I found when I started entering the city, up to the hotel room, and up to here, what we have discovered outside when we are looking at some of the progresses that Tanzania really has been registering. But as we are people who sometimes value statistics, on a brief look at the estimates, exactly what Tanzania is currently going to be getting from the ICT sector for the year 2025, when I look at those projections, which are almost at the point of being realized, a figure of $1.9 billion is no small money. And this is based on a budget estimate of almost $19 billion. What is this telling us? It's telling us that at least you have now gone across the line of the 10%, which the ICT sector is actually contributing to that targeted budget of the government of Tanzania. To that I say a big congratulations, you are on the right track. Thank you so much. Yes, indeed, the Gambia is a very small country. You can't even compare it in terms of population to Dar es Salaam, this beautiful city. But Of course, in terms of internet, in terms of ICT growth, rather the infrastructure down there that we have, on the basis of which we are building and recognizing the importance of digital public infrastructure, we are currently focusing on digital identity, blockchain technology, and in the need to improve broadband connectivity. Our objective is to actually modernize the operations of the government through an e-government framework or system that we are putting in place. And it's just more of a creation of a digital ecosystem, like I said, which is inclusive and citizen-centric. As I speak today, my team back home is just concluding on a second phase contract for the implementation of our digital ID system. We are already done with the foundational part, which is the ECRV project that we have in the country. Like I said, for that digital transformation and economic growth, the government is focusing on the development of this digital ID system, which, not to my surprise, but with what I saw in what Tanzania has so far achieved, is focusing on the identity itself, the number, the system we intend to put in place, and of course, the data itself, the data center, which would serve as the source of almost everything. But as we are pushing through this, we realize that internally, there are a lot of things that we need to do. The first issue is almost harmonization of almost everything across the government layer. You will realize that different government agencies and departments are using different standards. You need to really make sure that they are all on board using the same standard. You realize that as you want to do that, you come across the question of capacity challenges. And then that must be addressed because you need to succeed in getting where you want to go. But how serious are we as a country in making sure that we realize these projections we have really identified for ourselves? We are serious because we realize that by 2022, when we started going all out for ICT, all out for online activities, and all out to make sure that we actually have the right digital public infrastructure in place, as at that time, the government was collecting, in terms of collectibles from the sector concerned, nothing more than 10 billion of our money. $10 billion is of our money. Exchange rate of about maybe 65, 72 US dollars. So when we started implementing that, 2024, 2 years after, we realized that actually having this system in place, the collectibles increased from 10 billion of our money to 20.8 billion of our money within 2 years. That speaks in volumes. Then we realized that really, if our sector today, the ICT sector, based on this infrastructure we've been building, can actually account for 20% of government's annual collectibles. And we feel the potential is still there because what we are collecting is still less than half of what we should be collecting. So the seriousness is definitely down there. But of course, we have challenges now. Challenges to that inclusiveness. We have the external and we have the internal. But the external now goes to, which I think is important for all of us as African countries to take note of, the serious disrupting technologies that are likely going to be having impact on some of the infrastructure that we are rolling out in our respective countries, just like in our own case. I was so impressed with Tanzania when I saw around all the your borders, you have these fiber points. You are rolling out fiber to almost every part of your border, from the Malawi side, Zambia side, all the way to DRC, Congo, Rwanda, Uganda, and the like. But that is a serious investment, just like we have done. A small country where we have rolled out fiber almost everywhere. We are now at the last mile stages. And this is costing us almost millions and millions of dollars. And the investors need to recoup, obviously, the cost of this particular investment. But one challenge is there. You lay down that particular fiber cable, you are now ready to really start delivering the service as it falls within the DP, the digital public infrastructure, serving both the public and the private sector side on clear business models. But the challenge comes, you have, for example, a satellite service provider who would want to be given an access, a license to operate within your ecosystem, where their investment that they are likely going to be doing is far less than what the people on the ground have already invested. That is a trend that we should really watch out and look at. It is important because we should be encouraging people to come and invest, but equally important because what is already invested needs to be somehow protected, or at least we need to give those investors that have already been on the ground an opportunity to see for themselves that it was important that they have invested in our respective countries. So yes, I think it's important externally. As African countries, we need to be ready to have a clear policy direction towards disruptive technologies. We cannot stop it, but we need to be ready for them as we encourage, not protect, but as we encourage investment in our respective countries. The second issue we realize is the issue of standards. I'm so happy with the solution that you have in Tanzania here. When I was listening to the whole system, how it was rolled out in Tanzania, the Jamaa, I don't know how you call it, the stag, and I realized that it is developed to be rolled out in the whole of Africa. But there are two issues down there that really we should all be preparing for. And the first issue is the issue of standards, just like my colleague mentioned. Those standards are key. If the standards are not such that it could be applied and be usable or use any part in Africa, that would be a drag on the possible progress or your projections that you have for the system. That is first standard. Second one is the language, the content. I think it's very key because as we roll out, we want that content to be universal. We want it to be such that anywhere in Africa you could use it. We are looking at such standards in the country, in the Gambia, but of course there is a remedy for it. We are aware of the strategic document issued by the African Union as far as digital identity is concerned. So that strategic document could serve as a guide, but of course, many African countries are applying it differently. You look for outsiders to come and develop for you, or you look within where you can develop it by yourselves. And I'm so happy that Tanzania was able to do it by itself. And then through that, you could control exactly the narratives and its usage. And of course, you limit the cost of maintaining that particular system that you have. That is a direction that we are equally looking at as to how to go about it. So we make sure that people who would be called upon to develop it in our country are either local or African-based. It's not outside Africa. It's not because we don't want companies from Africa, but we just want to make sure that at a certain point, we have some degree of control, and we also have control over the cost of its maintenance and operations in our respective countries, especially in the Gambia. Lastly, let me say, and I want to say this very clearly once again, The issue of harmonization is key if we really want to succeed. Because I want to be a citizen of Africa who, when I travel to Tanzania, I use one single card. I don't stand on the queue. If I travel to Kenya, I want to use the same single card. If I travel to Morocco or Senegal, I want to use the same single card. And if I travel to the Republic of South Africa or Mozambique or Chad, I want to use the same single card. But then now, let us look at ourselves seriously. In terms of legislations, in terms of policies, in terms of regulations, even the regulatory frameworks, how harmonized, how unified are we? What are our approaches looking at? Because if you look at what Tanzania has so far achieved, and you go online, by the way, the legislations seem perfect. They are numerous, but chances are that's not what we are applying in our respective countries, in the Gambia, or in the case of Mali, or in the case of Nigeria, or in the case of South Africa, or even in Cameroon and the like. So I think we need to look at the basic foundational harmonization that needs to be encouraged within the African region. If we cannot harmonize those laws, if we cannot harmonize those policies, if we cannot harmonize our regulatory frameworks and standards, we will come up developing all these key digital public infrastructure, and then at the border post, we'll just get stuck because we cannot move. Each country will be looking at the value of its own legal system, the policy base, the regulations and the like. I think the time for that harmonization is now than before. Yes, we are aware of the regional blocks that we have as African countries. There is EAC, there is ECOWAS, and there is Central African whatever, all of us and SADC. But we need to come to a point where we cannot basically be, I'm not condemning, but I'm saying we cannot basically be sitting and thinking that our region is doing better than the others when we really want to make sure that we digitize and then we meet at the frontiers, not physically, but virtually, by crossing those frontiers without really any restrictions. So in the case of the Gambia, small as it is, we are so concerned, and I summarize with these few areas. One, issues of standards. We are looking at this African strategic document to make sure that we are in line with those particular standards. Of course, we are also looking at the developments in the 4 or 5 regions of Africa in adopting those standards. Two, it's very important that we are aware of the disruptive technologies that are there and coming into Africa. We think it is very important that we have a common position and common standing towards addressing those challenges as African countries. Three, it is very important. When I saw that 1.9 billion revenue projection for just the ICT sector for Tanzania, I felt like, look, they could just take $900 million of that, build an entire submarine cable system from Tanzania to the other end of Africa and becomes Tanzanian. So the issue is who owns that particular infrastructure within the country and outside. And the infrastructure we are using to carry out these services, or we call the digital public infrastructure, how do we own it? Who owns it? Who maintains it? And who controls it? We are a bit sensitive to those things, and we think it is important we give emphasis to them as we move on with this digitization, developing the digital public infrastructure. It is not an ending or a never-ending exercise. It has to happen in continuing because technology changes. But fundamentally, it's important we recognize that as we go through those technological changes, we adjust accordingly, and the adjustment has to be an African approach. It cannot be one country or the other. We are too many, and we need to be one. Thank you so much for the question.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for your insightful answer. I'll just summarize about the key points that you're talking about. One is a harmonization of the common DPI in Africa, which is a very good point. The issue of language, so that we'll be able to create DPI, which is citizen-centered and inclusive. You have shown the focus of your country that has to do with adherence to the disruptive technologies which are going to bring public good in our continent. You have articulated the benefits of the DPI, especially in the area of revenue collection. You have re-emphasized about the adherence to standards. You have shown that building digital ecosystem is bringing benefit to the country, and also you have shown that the digital ID of your country, especially the one that you're using blockchain technology. So thank you very much, Honorable Minister. So I'm going to another question to the Honorable Minister in the Republic of Malawi. How is Malawi fostering local ownership of DPI across ministries, communities, and sectors? And what lesson can be shared on building whole of government and whole of society approach to DPI rollout in resource-constrained settings?
Thank you very much. Greetings to all of you. And also let me join those that have expressed appreciation to the Republic of Tanzania for the wonderful welcome that we've been accorded since we came here. We'll give a response to the question that has been posed, and with your indulgence, I will take a minute to echo what one or two colleagues have said, which I believe should have formed part of my notes as well. Malawi is positioning digital public infrastructure as a major technical solution. Our DPI strategy is rooted in sovereignty, interoperability, and local stewardship. The Malawi government is ensuring DPI investments align with national development priorities, particularly the Malawi 2063. And DPI governance is cross-sectoral, the way we're looking at it in Malawi, and we are building institutional frameworks that involve all ministries, departments, and agencies through frameworks like the Malawi Digital Economy Strategy. We're ensuring that each ministry co-owns and co-shapes DPI priorities. We are integrating community voices through digital literacy campaigns tailored to rural populations. DPI use cases such as the digital IDs, where we have now registered 12.5 million of the adult population, and we have also registered 3.5 million of childbirths. Mobile payments and e-agriculture platforms are now being localized so that communities not only use them but also inform how they evolve. A focus on open governance and data protection is ensuring that DPI serves Malawians first. Policy frameworks are also being updated to ensure long-term sustainability with national funding mechanisms and local capacity development at the center. Now, lessons that we keep learning on alignment of DPI with national development visions. Malawi's DPI implementation is embedded in our long-term vision, Malawi 2063, and its 10-year implementation plan, positioning DPI not only as a standalone tech agenda, but as an enabler of health, education, governance, and economic transformation. But also there, the lesson being that in resource-limited contexts like the one that I've mentioned, mainstreaming DPI into national development priorities ensures relevance and sustainability. And on building government-wide coordination mechanisms, Malawi established an interministerial steering committee under programs like the Digital Malawi program to coordinate DPI components. These included ministries of health, education, local government, finance, and ICT, promoting a shared sense of ownership and responsibility. There, the lesson is that even in low resource settings, but institutionalizing coordination structures can multiply impact without multiplying the cost. And leveraging and strengthening local capacity, we are investing in upscaling civil service, local developers, and public university partnerships to build and maintain DPI systems. Instead of importing one-size-fits-all tech, we focus on building internal technical capacity and using open standards. We believe that human capital is the most sustainable infrastructure, even more so than hardware in resource-constrained settings. And on prioritization of partnerships, both local and global, Malawi has benefited from multi-stakeholder partnerships with the private sector, civil society, and development partners like the World Bank, UNDP, through projects like the Digital Malawi and Inclusive Digital Transformation for Malawi, respectively. We still emphasize country ownership while leveraging global technology and financial support. And we believe that DPI succeeds when local priorities guide external support, not the other way around. That said, allow me, Mr. Moderator, to echo sentiments that have come out, to begin with from the Honorable Minister from Gambia, but also partly it did come out from the Honorable Minister from Chad when he made his presentation. We have heard success stories from Tanzania, success stories from the Gambia, South Africa, but you find something coming out in more like a common fashion from the Minister of Chad, and it will also come out from me. The issue of connectivity remains the basis for everything digital. If a country is not connected, that country is not part, or a community, if a community is not connected, that community is not part of the digital transformation agenda, and it can never be part of the digital transformation agenda. The Honorable Minister from Chad did mention of the connection gaps that they do have because of trying to obtain bandwidth from other countries that are sea-facing. The same situation would be the case of Malawi and other 16 African countries that are landlocked. If these countries are not connected in an affordable manner, the talk about digitalizing Africa will be Africa minus those 16 countries or their communities. We will talk, we will have discussions, we will have deliberations, we will have declarations, but if we do not have decisions made, then the conversation about digital Africa will be a mere talk for other countries. The Honorable Minister from Gambia did touch on the need for us to have one voice when it comes to our technology journey, where other disruptive technologies are being looked at as disruptive in the countries where infrastructure has been laid by other investors in the fiber section. But where there is a country that has not even laid a reliable fiber connectivity, their eyes will be thrown towards alternative technologies like satellite technology. How do we still find countries that are not connected to the fiber or that are not connected to the undersea cables? It is the issue of infrastructure sharing or passage provision for those countries that are landlocked to access the undersea cables. Many thanks to my brother here and the Republic of Tanzania, Her Excellency the President and my President in Malawi, that Malawi now we can access bandwidth from the undersea cables through an agreement with TTCL in Tanzania and EXCOM in Malawi. But if it is not for this kind of agreements, then those countries that are landlocked are left out. And we cannot leave out over 300 million population. We all need to be reliably connected in an affordable manner. The other issue is that of energy. It's not part of this discussion, yes, but I know that we do come. I was here 3 weeks ago myself for the e-Learning Africa Summit. You see that the challenges that all of us are raising in different fora are the same. When it comes to e-learning, you talk connectivity. When it comes to cybersecurity, you talk connectivity. When you talk Internet of Things, we talk connectivity. Here we are talking about DPI. If there is no connectivity, all these discussions will not have a landing pad, will not have a launching pad. So my call to my fellow ministers, our members of parliament, as Africa, let us begin to have a conversation for Africa, where the entirety of Africa is connected. You hear good stories about Tanzania, good stories about the Gambia, good stories about South Africa. What else do you expect to hear? We should hear good stories because these countries are sea-facing, the cables are landing at their doorstep. You can't expect to hear the same story about Malawi without an extra effort, about Zambia without an extra effort, about Zimbabwe without an extra effort. So my call to the policymakers, my call to the political leaders, let us begin to have a conversation about connecting Africa. Once Africa is entirely connected, I know we are sovereign states and we have our priorities, but connectivity, internet is now becoming a human right. Everyone must be connected. So after we have discussed all these, let's go towards making decisions that we must rally behind, take them to our presidents and say, we want a connected Africa. Where should another Cyclone Freddy hit? Should another tsunami hit? Should another COVID, God forbid, hit? Every African child must remain in school. Because when COVID hit us, other children in other countries were still continuing their education. But a child in Africa was not in school. A child in Malawi was not in school. Should that kind of catastrophe hit again, our children must all remain in school. All of us must be able to access health services online. Only then shall we say this agenda, the digital transformation of Africa, is indeed a conversation for all the African countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for that answer. I just want to summarize what you've said. I'll start with a very key point that you have said, that is the importance of creating a platform of conversation on the issue of connectivity in the continent. You have articulated that there are 16 landlocked countries, that when we talk about DPI across the continent, we need to factor on countries that they depend on another country to connect to the global network. You have shown that DPI has been aligned in national development plans of your country, which is very good. DPI also is aligned with the framework of your digital economy of your country, and you have well articulated the issue of the digital ID of Malawi. You have emphasized that DPI has to be aligned with a long-term sustainability plan of any country. There is an issue of governance, which you have articulated very well about your country, where you have a ministerial committee that is governing the whole structure of it. You have well said about the importance of partnership with the development partners so that we can accelerate adoption of the DPI in the continent. So, Honorable Minister, thank you very much for those points. So I just want to give you a chance for closing remarks. And in these closing remarks, I have an answer, so everyone will just provide, I have a question so that everybody will provide the answer to this. What model of domestic investment, the role of the minister, and DPI governance that uphold trust and accountability when it comes to DPI? So I'll start with the same protocol of AU. I'll start with Honorable Jelisla of United Republic of Tanzania.
Thank you once again, and I hope we have exhausted most of the points on the presentation. And on closing remarks, I think the best model to implement the DPI is due to the sensitivity and the huge investment on the core layers of the ID and the exchange. We should operate on a PPP arrangement where the government will work on the core layers of the ID and the data exchange, and let the private sector, the startup, the fintech, to operate on the operative side of the DPI. I think that way, and on the current situation where the government is emphasized to work with the private sector, it will result on a more favorable model which can bring inclusivity, as I've said in my opening speech, that every approach we are taking should be inclusive, whereby all stakeholders should feel that they're participating in the process, and that's how I would suggest on the PPP process. But also on my closing remarks, I would like also to emphasize on all ministers here, as the Minister of Gambia and Minister of Malawi have emphasized, to work and provide a political will, not only to our technocrats in our ministries, but also to our governments, to find a way to work together in setting the standards and the system which can be interoperable between across borders in our countries, but also to work together with our colleagues who are linked, so that whatever we implement in our countries should be in such a way it connects Africa together. Thank you so much once again for the beautiful panel discussion.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Now I go to the Honorable Minister in the Republic of Chad. The same question that what's the model of domestic investment, the role of the minister, and DPI governance that will build on trust and accountability when it comes to DPI? Honorable Minister, Republic of Chad.
Là?
So while we're waiting for Honorable Minister of
Voilà,
Republic
merci
of Chad,
beaucoup.
I'd like
Merci.
to pose the same question to Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister of Republic of South Africa.
Thank you. I think maybe one will want to conclude in this manner. I think I would have grossly misrepresented my country if I did not appreciate the hospitality by yourself, Minister Selous, and your team, and the beautiful initiatives that you've taken us through, which are quite very insightful as we go back home. I think when it comes to infrastructure, in particular the DPI, what is urgent is that the entire continent needs to be connected. That is long overdue. But of course, it depends a lot on the initiatives that different states take. But however, in the modern era, one of the critical issues is I dream of a moment in Africa when all schools are connected. Because when all schools are connected, it means the poorest kid have got access to internet. But that would be productive if UMC applies. It's not just an access, it's meaningful in the sense that their parents and kids are empowered to make productive use of the internet. But in terms of resources, because it has become very clear that our fiscal space across the continent are not as great as we would want them to. So the issue of private sector coming in with clear obligations, which is some of the things we have done in our country, that the mobile corporations, we've actually attached obligations to them, in particular, which was a condition of accessing the spectrum. What am I trying to speak about is that we need to give primacy to connectivity, and anyone who wants to invest in our country, his primary commitment must be the connectivity of the country, so that as they make business and profit, they must be shared between improving the economic value of the African countries. So I'm saying blended finances, very innovative, but our focus is that all being connected. Here's my closing point, is that the digital economic framework will not advance if it's always not thought in a comprehensive way. The foundational infrastructure, innovations, the element of solution-seeking sectors, and at all material terms being measured on the impact it's making on ordinary people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. Now I go to the Honorable Minister of Republic of the Gambia. So I pose the same type of a question. It's talking about domestic investment, the role of the minister, and the governance structure that uphold trust and accountability when it comes to DPI.
Thank you very much. In fact, that's what we are currently doing back in the Gambia. As I said, possibly by next week, we are signing that agreement. So basically, you're looking at the ecosystem at the domestic level, it definitely needs to be a PPP model, because who are the stakeholders that are interested in this DPI, digital public infrastructure? It's both the public side as the government side and that of the private sector side. So what we are doing is we make sure that we create a framework, an implementing framework where the government is really leading and the private sector members are down there. But in terms of actually implementing it for reasons of accountability and making sure that they are within the system itself, we want them to feel that they are the ones doing it. So it's a PPP model where government is in the forefront and they are also down there to do what they can possibly do within the parameters that we set out. But let me also say this as a very short closing remark. Look, I will take the best example of Tanzania as our host country, and it's a beautiful country, and it's a country of almost 65 or over 65 million people. Imagine a situation when Tanzania today wants to make sure that almost everything goes online. Your economy starts shifting from the conventional part to the online activity, everything going online. Should that not concern the government and the people of Tanzania, including the private sector? So you use a PPP model because in that the ownership is there. Everybody feels that they own the thing. But of course, there is a concern and there is a risk here. The risk is we know a good number of our own private sector players, operators, they only look at where there is quick and easy return on investment for them. Now, how do you entice them? So in effect, what I just want to say is this. We need to change the scope, the management, and the administration of our universal service fund frameworks in our respective countries. There are some who have not implemented it. There are some who have. But if you look at what they do, like I asked the gentleman, how much in Tanzania are you asking for the operators to pay? He said the law says 1.5%, but they are now asking for 1.25% instead, which is great. But then now, how do you use that money? Chances are the framework is there, it may be rather limiting because they're looking at a few areas here and there. We need to revisit that. And then to make sure that it is part of the PPP policy mechanism, whereby a lot of that money could be taken by the government and even make sure that they feel they are the ones contributing towards it in building this domestically, the digital public infrastructure system. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. You are honorable for that answer. Now I go to Honorable Minister of Republic of Malawi.
Thank you very much. I think I will focus on the role of ministers. I believe ministers can lead in defining what success really looks like for Africa. And in defining that, we have to go beyond just measuring the infrastructure metrics, but also looking at the impact, inclusion, and also the trust. Impact, let us look at the digital systems reaching the people in the rural communities. Are their lives changing? Is there any effectiveness in the application of the digital public infrastructure? Is it changing, transforming the people's lives? And on trust, are the people trusting the systems that we've put in place? Because if people are not having trust in the systems that are in place, they will shy away from the digitalization train, and in the end, there will be no results. And to build that trust, it comes from ensuring that we have legal and institutional frameworks that are strong. So as ministers, we can lead in that process of ensuring that we have legal instruments that are strong. We can borrow from best practices that are prevailing in the region and globally, implement those, and build trust in the people. People have the appetite to join the digital train, and let's ensure that we measure the impact of these interventions and make sure we are inclusive. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Honorable Minister. So to sum up, the important message that we have got from this session is there's a role of minister to ensure that DPI are working successful, and especially there will be a foundation for building trust to our people. We have seen that PPP and blended financing are important to ensure that we accelerate the adoption of a DPI in the continent. The issue of partnership in connectivity, it has been well articulated by the Honorable Minister in the Republic of Chad and also Honorable Minister from Malawi. There's an issue of common standard, especially when it comes to interoperability, and this was well emphasized by Honorable Minister from the Republic of the Gambia. The issue of language, the issue of governance structure to ensure that this transformation is going as in the speed that the one we want. There's an issue of digital ID and the importance of it. And last but not least is the issue that has to do with disruptive technologies and how these technologies can be used to achieve what we call public good. So with this, I want to thank all the honorable ministers for your insightful discussion and a great point that we are going to take it as a point that will guide us in the continent so that we'll be able to create African digital public infrastructure that is going to build on the African free continental trade areas. So with that, I thank you very much. I've been told that Honorable Minister of Chad is online, so I'd like to give him a chance so that he can answer the question.
Merci, Mesdames, Monsieur le Ministre. Je vous remercie beaucoup. J'ai suivi avec beaucoup d'attention toutes les questions qui ont été posées. Je voudrais d'abord saluer l'esprit de la présidente Samia Selous, de la Tanzanie, qui a développé une stratégie assez extraordinaire et que les autres pays africains doivent peut-être suivre. Vous savez que la Tanzanie est un modèle pour nous les autres, qui avaient étudié vers les années 60, 70, 80. Avec le père fondateur Julius Nyerere. Et récemment, le président John Magufuli, paix à son âme. Des grands hommes et des femmes d'État qui continuent toujours à se battre au nord de l'Afrique. Je veux vraiment saluer cet esprit d'équipe et cet esprit de collaboration qui nous permet d'aller un peu plus vite. Pour répondre à cette question, moi je pense dans un premier temps, il nous faut une indépendance financière. Dépendre des sources locales de financement peut réduire la dépendance envers les investisseurs étrangers, limitant ainsi l'influence externe sur les décisions stratégiques. Il faut le renforcement des capacités locales. En investissant localement, le pays peut développer ses propres capacités techniques et des infrastructures, créant ainsi des emplois pour former un main-d'œuvre qualifié. Il faut une stabilité économique. Le financement domestique contribue à stabiliser l'économie en limitant l'exposition aux fluctuations des devises étrangères. Quatrièmement, il faut une appropriation et durabilité. Les projets financés localement sont plus susceptibles d'être adaptés aux besoins spécifiques de la population et d'être soutenus à long terme. Alors, quelle est la stratégie de financement domestique? Comment on peut réfléchir à ça? Premièrement, il faut une mobilisation de l'épargne intérieure. Deuxièmement, il faut l'incitation fiscale. Il faut mettre en place des exonérations fiscales ou des réductions pour des entreprises et individus qui investissent dans des projets de connectivité numérique. Il faut penser aussi à ceux qui sont dans des zones rurales. Comment faire pour atteindre la connectivité dans des zones blanches? L'aspect énergie est très bon avec l'arrivée des Starlink que nous pensons mettre ça très rapidement, pourra aider la population rurale à avoir accès à la connectivité. Chez nous, par exemple, on a défiscalisé tous les terminaux. Tous les smartphones, tout ce qui est téléphone, on n'a pas de taxes numériques. On a défiscalisé tout ce qui est matériaux des énergies renouvelables. Tous les sites aujourd'hui, dans certains opérateurs, et même des privés, il y a un système hybride solaire et puis de diesel. Dans les années à venir, on va complètement mettre tout le système solaire. Le partenariat public-privé est important à mettre en œuvre. Collaborer avec le secteur privé pour partager les coûts et les risques de projets d'infrastructure numérique. Mesdames et messieurs le ministre, chers collègues, chers homologues, cela peut nous amener à penser à l'utilisation de fonds souverains. Si le Tchad dispose d'un fonds souverain, ceux-ci peuvent être une source de financement pour des projets stratégiques. En matière d'éthique. Il faut le microfinancement et les initiatives communautaires. Encourager les solutions de microfinancement pour soutenir les petites et les moyennes entreprises. Il faut sixièmement, enfin, je termine, émettre des obligations pour financer les projets d'infrastructure numérique. Ces obligations pourraient être soutenues par l'État et orientées par les investisseurs locaux. Pourquoi pas ne pas faire un travail local qui met en confiance les PTF, les partenaires techniques et financiers, en charge du renforcement des capacités des jeunes et des femmes. Pour déclencher leur potentiel. il y a l'aspect important qui est également le partage des infrastructures entre les opérateurs. Cela peut réduire les coûts des investissements. Chers homologues, pour terminer, je vous invite. Le Tchad est en train de se préparer pour l'intelligence artificielle. Un forum au Tchad, probablement dans les mois à venir. Vous serez tous invités pour découvrir le pays de Toumaï. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, and especially for emphasis that you have put on the local financing to DPI and the readiness of your country, especially when it comes to adoption of AI. So with that, I thank all honorable ministers for insightful discussion that we have. And I also thank African IGF delegates who are here and the audience that has been attentive with us in all this discussion. With that, I thank you very much.
Let's give honorable ministers a big round of applause. Please stand up for a group photo. And then honorable ministers, I will request you to kindly take your seat again. Just the ministers on the high table. You will take a quick photo with the local organizing committee team. Can the local organizing committee hurry up to the stage? Moses, naomba usogea hapo mbele. Local organizing committee, hurry up to the stage for a quick photo. Local organizing committee. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause to the ministers. Thank you so much. A quick announcement. Number one, if your lunch coupon is written Kilimanjaro, you will exit through these doors here and go up the 3rd floor. The rest of us, parking is right behind the registration booth. Kindly take a note of that. Lunch will be for 45 minutes. Lunch will be for 45 minutes. So at exactly 3:45, let us go to our respective breakaway sessions. This will continue up until tomorrow. The VIPs, the ministers, we shall exit through this door here to go for lunch. Kilimanjaro is on the 3rd floor. You will only be allowed in if your lunch coupon is written Kilimanjaro, but if it's parking, please behind the registration desk. All the best for the rest of the day. We reconvene at exactly 3:45 in our respective breakaway rooms. Thank you.
Moja, mbili, tatu.
And then, oh, okay, sour. So, now we can start. You've said, that's yours. Then let me sit there. So I hit record. Amma, it's already recording. It's already recording.
We are recording the session?
All right.
Yeah. Recording. Yeah. Okay. So,
You can just sit right here for a photo.
yes.
Here's the wallet.
Oh, so that's it. It should be again. Oh, I got it.
We have no audience.
Yeah. That's one good one. Are you recording it?
Yes.
Yes. At least you have a record. It costs us. right. Hello? Yes, thanks. Great. Hi, everyone. My name is Mohammed Bello Buhari. I'm an Internet Society Youth Ambassador. I'm from Nigeria. And we are here to host a session titled Build a Better Future, Empowering Youth Internet Leaders. This is a space where we will be hearing powerful stories and insights from 2025 Internet Society Youth Ambassadors, and one of it is alumni across the globe. Individuals who are not only defending the internet, but actively shaping its future. The internet has changed our world in so many profound ways, but it's also under threat. That is why the Internet Society, together with its partners, invests in building the next generation of internet leaders, equipping them with knowledge, tools, network like these platforms to keep the internet open, secure, and inclusive for everyone. So today's session will be about exploring how these leaders got involved, what they are doing now, and how their work is impacting their communities and the world. We'll also hear how you can follow their work, support these efforts, and get involved. So, as I said earlier, my name is Mohammed Bello Buhari, and I'm from Nigeria, and I'm Internet Society Youth Ambassador. I currently work with Civicus, World Alliance for Citizen Participation, supporting its digital democracy initiative. With me here are my other two fellows and alumni. So I would like briefly, please, Katie, Rachel, and Peter, introduce yourselves briefly to the audience. Yeah, Katie, introduce yourself briefly. Just introduction, your name. Yeah.
Hi everyone, my name is Chidi, and thank you so much for having me here. I am enrolling in the Internet Society's Youth Ambassador Program 2025, and I'm Chinese, obviously, but I live in the United States. So I took a almost 20 hours flight to be this beautiful Dar city. And yeah, thank you so much for having me here. And I look forward to connecting with all of you later our session. Thank you.
Hi everyone, good day. My name is Rachel Ngube. I come from Zimbabwe. I am an Internet Society Youth Ambassador 2025. I'm also the founder of Digital Haven program in Zimbabwe, and I'm also a spoken word artist. I perform poetry. Thank you so much.
Yes, good evening, everyone. My name is Peter Ngom from Kampala, Uganda. I grantee of the Internet Society Foundation. I currently serve at the Women of Uganda Network as a program officer, and also double as the Director of Data and Innovations at the Global Tech Inclusion Network. I'm happy to be here.
Thank you. Our next part of this session is to dive into how we start our journey in the internet governance space and how our journey with the Internet Society started. So, Katie, we'll start with you before we go to Rachel and then Peter and then come back to me. What inspired you to get involved in it? What inspired you? On it. What inspired you to get involved in internet governance, and how did your journey with the Internet Society begin?
Yes, sure. Thank you. So I'd like to describe my journey with the Internet Society using a very well-known English saying that is traditional heard at weddings, which is something old, something new, something borrowed, and something blue. Now let's get started. So first, something old. To me, something old represents the foundational principles of the internet, which are openness, decentralization, global connectivity, and the idea that the internet should be for everyone, regardless of our location, our background, or status. And these principles are timeless, and they from the backbone of our digital world. So I first became interested in internet society during my postgraduate studies in public policy. And at that time, I was researching like how emerging technologies like AI intersect with societal needs and instructional frameworks. But the turning point was when I discovered that the internet is not just a technical system. It is a human space that needs governance, values, and advocacy. So I realized that shaping digital future is not just for engineers or lawyers. It is for all of us, especially for our youth all across the world. And that is why, how and what brought us, and especially brought me to the Internet Society. And now let's talk about something new. So I think the internet is changing at a speed that we have never seen before. Like every day brings new questions about maybe AI deployment, data privacy, digital ID, etc. And at the same time, youth are stepping up, not just to join the conversation, but to lead it. So throughout the whole process of the Youth Ambassador Program within the Internet Society, I have had a chance to work on some timely and critical projects. For example, we have done a lot of projects and initiatives, including a policy brief on China's AI content regulation and its global implementations. And also we are attending and organizing a lot of high-level international conferences and forums, including the May IGF, Africa IGF, WISIS, etc. And most importantly, we collecting with very diverse peers and fellows all across the world to ensure that the digital policy reflects the global realities, especially in those emerging regions like Africa. So I think that's pretty much for my, and I will leave it to the second. How did I join the Internet Society? I joined this organization through the Youth Ambassador Program. I followed the Internet Society on LinkedIn, and I just keep a very open eye on each post that they have, and then I just applied online, talked to some previous alumni to gain more internal opportunities to get into this organization. Yeah.
Thank you, Katie. So, Rachel, we'll hear from you.
Thank you so much, Mohammed, for the opportunity. Well, my journey to the internet governance has not been the traditional one, because I am here speaking for artists. I stand for creatives, to say that creatives are content creators, and whatever they create, they tend to post online. And with how this digital world is ever changing and always increasing, there are a lot of things that then happen in the digital space. Not everyone has genuine interest in the work that we do, but when people are then looking at us, they see maybe objects that they can then exploit, maybe financially. They also see subjects that they can then harass, maybe emotionally, and sometimes even sexually. And then my route has been, how can I then work together with my fellow creatives to ensure that we are at least contributing to advancing a safe digital world for all. So we started using art as a tool to speak to digital safety and security, like creating poems, creating music, and creating even anthologies, publishing anthologies to speak to the issue of digital safety and security. And then as to how I got involved with Internet Society, So back in my country in Zimbabwe, as I mentioned earlier, that I'm the founder of a digital haven program that basically capacitates young women with digital literacy, safety skills. I was like, I can say that I'm a leader, but there will come a point where I'm saying there's a need for constant growth. And because I constantly search for opportunities online, I stumbled upon the Youth Ambassador Program opportunity. And I was like, let me just give it a go. I applied, and that is the reason why I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel, for that story. Peter is our alumni. So, Peter, can you respond to the question as well?
Yes, thank you so much. Once again, my name is Peter Ngom. I would like to start by saying that the internet is a powerful enabler for community development, service delivery, and so many economic purposes. But it all depends on who shapes it. That's why it's important for us to be involved in internet governance across various sectors. My journey with the Internet Society Foundation, I'm actually a grantee of the Internet Society Foundation. And how I got involved with it is basing on the different projects we've always implemented in Uganda, especially in northern Uganda, across sectors like education, agriculture, transparency and accountability, women empowerment, all basically had components of ICTs involved in them. But we realized that we could not be able to provide individual members of the community with internet bundles on their devices, on the different laptops we are providing for them. So we came up with a project, and we are naming it the Rural Broadband Connectivity Project. And under this project, we are actually connecting internet sites at different locations in the rural northern Uganda, based in Oyam district. And also under this project, we're also setting up digital empowerment centers where we shall be offering free digital literacy initiatives. We're going to train women farmers. We're going to train the youth on how to basically maintain this connectivity project. And this is being funded by the Internet Society Foundation. That's basically how my journey with the Internet Society Foundation begins. Also to supplement that, with the kind support from the Internet Society Foundation, we've also been able to set up a technical community in northern Uganda. And all this has been with the main aim to foster inclusive access to the internet and also sustainability of the various projects we've been able to implement in the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. So, I mean, that's one of the features of the internet. I mean, we all have our own unique stories. As for me, like it started as a frustration. I mean, my journey in the internet governance, it started as a frustration. But before that, like I'm an activist in Nigeria. I organize, I mobilize, and organize a protest in Nigeria. And whenever I see clampdowns on activists, especially for based on what they post online, or arrest of journalists, or subsections to some media houses, I've always framed it as freedom of expression. Online, I mean, media freedom issues. I've never framed it as issue that has to do with internet governance. I've never come across the term or the topic internet governance or digital rights. So, I've always been curious about this, and my curiosity led me to, digital rights clinic, by Paradigm Initiative, a litigation clinic also in Nigeria. After that, we finished that, and the same curiosity led me to the Digital Grassroots Ambassadors Program. It's all around internet governance, but mostly about internet literacy. But it was at that very moment in Zamfara State, my hometown, when, so my state battled with banditry, insecurity. And at that stage where we are about implementing our community projects for the Digital Grassroots Program, the state government effected a blanket telecommunication service shutdown. Not just internet shutdowns, but telecommunication service shutdown. And it disrupted my whole project. And that's how I lost the opportunity with the Digital Grassroots Ambassadors Program, because I didn't even release the email. I didn't receive that. I didn't even know that I have qualified to be in the next selection process. So that was when I started like asking questions in my head, who actually like give these orders? Which agency or which leader, which politician, who are even the ones like shutting down the internet? That was when I first came across, internet governance and internet society. I mean, I went on LinkedIn, on Twitter, on Google, searching about it. I see that, I know some people already that already Internet Society Youth Ambassadors. This was in 2021. And since then, I've always inspired to be part of this program, connecting with the ambassadors, reaching out to the alumni online, talking to them, how can I be part of this project? How can I do this? Now, the Digital Grassroots Ambassadors Program that I unfortunately missed, later on, based on my curiosities, my seeking for knowledge in this space, I even started volunteering with Digital Grassroots, and eventually I started working with them as an admin support. I rose to the advocacy and administrative lead just last year. So this is my story, and this is how I started with Internet Society. And today I'm proudly a youth ambassador. One of the only 3 Africans. Yeah. So, we have heard your stories, and I believe the audience have heard my story as well. So, now we go into the next phase of this session. That is our impact, stories. Like what impactful projects are you currently working on as a youth ambassador? This is for Chidi and for Rachel and for myself. Like the projects we're working on and how beyond the projects with the Internet Society Youth Ambassadors Program, if you are working on other projects that has to do with internet governance, please, you could say it to the audience. And also how the Internet Society Youth Ambassadors Program is shaping that project. Thank you. Yeah, Chidi, please.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to go deeper and go a little bit details about how our Youth Ambassador Program look like. So basically, the Youth Ambassador Program is a very structured, a 1 year long, 12 months program that combines the knowledge building, mentorship, and the real world engagement. So each week, we attend live sessions that build our expertise in internet governance, included such as technical infrastructure, encryption, policy brief training, program management, and multi-stakeholder dialogue, etc. So we each work bi-weekly, work with a one-on-one mentor who always a very experienced professional or specialist from policy, civil society, or technical field. Our mentor guides us based on our career interests and our career goals. And we also receive very personal support from our fellowship advisor who ensures that we are very well connected, engaged to those high-level conferences and forums. So during the Youth Ambassador Program, I have done a lot of initiatives and projects. Like I said, like I mentioned before, the Chinese AI regulation, AI content regulation, something. And I think the most important thing that we explored during our that policy brief is how can we use AI to shape our daily life? Because AI is such an emerging technology, and how we can regulate AI to make it better support our daily life. What was your question?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So, Rachel, please.
Okay. As for me, I am currently working on an anthology with poetry pieces on connectivity, ensuring the trustworthiness of the internet in general, and also the security. So I'm with a mentor. There was a mentor who was assigned to me in answering how internet society is chipping in working with us in these projects that we are working on. So I'm somewhere already, and I've started to draft some of the poetry pieces. And also, I would love to mention that back at home, like the digital urban project that I was speaking about, I have managed to train or to educate over 100 young women with digital safety and security. So with me drafting or coming up with this anthology, I believe it's going to be a resource that is going to be used by any stakeholder in the internet governance sector or in the internet governance field. It can be used as a resource even in schools. That is my hope. Of course, with the help of Internet Society, I hope the book is going to be uploaded also in digital platforms such that anyone can then access it regardless of where they are. So, yeah.
All right. Thank you, Rachel. So let me go on before Peter. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Peter, let me go on first so that you can go on as an alumni. Yeah. So I don't work on a personal project right now, but I'm involved in other projects. That is not apart from the project that all of us as ambassadors were working on with the at the Internet Society Ambassadors Program. So I work with Civicus. I support the Digital Democracy Initiative. We support, activists, journalists across the globe. And I'm also a Tech Forward Policy Fellow at the African Center for Digital Transformation. So why I'm mentioning this, and also I'm part of the fellowship by the International Republicans Institute, Fortifying Internet Freedom Fellowship. Now, why I'm mentioning this is that all these fellowships, this is about internet freedom, the other is about tech policy, and the other is about internet shutdowns. But the Internet Society Ambassadors Program, I think it's empowering me personally beyond policy. It gives me access to platforms like this where my voice is being heard. It gives us tools. I mean, beyond the projects we are working on, beyond the knowledge. Even coming to this platform, we have our own personal trainings on how to even engage, policymakers, leaders. For myself, through this opportunity, I have met the chairman of the parliament in Nigeria, that is the Chairman House Committee on the ICT. And without the networking training, by the Internet Society, I wouldn't even have that idea on how to approach him, how to connect with him, and how to, sustain this probably after this event. So for my Internet Society project, I'm working on Youth Internet Freedom Index. So the Internet Society president in Nigeria is my mentor. So I'm happy about that. I mean, he's a Nigerian. I have even more access to him. Just last week, I was together with him at the West African IGF. So I'm working on the Youth Internet Freedom Index. I mean, we have so many projects, scoring, internet freedom or digital rights in so many countries or globally or regions. But we don't have, that scorecard that scores, internet freedom, in regards to young people across Africa. So this is the project I'm working on. So we'll go back to Peter as part of the alumni of this, program and a grantee of Internet Society. So Peter, what is the long-term project you have been working on since, your Internet Society Ambassadors Program? And could you tell us which year, you finished this program and how, Internet Society or the program that you have had with Internet Society continue to shape your leadership and advocacy in this space?
Yes, thank you so much. Currently, I'm working on a connectivity project in northern Uganda. That's under the BOLT project. The project is titled Enhancing Digital Inclusion in Northern Uganda, piloting a rural broadband connectivity network. And under this project, we are to establish an internet infrastructure which is going to provide free internet access for the community members in northern Uganda, specifically focusing on the Oyam district. The long-term goal of this project is actually to extend internet access to the last mile within the district of Oyam. whereby community members, especially women and girls, are able to access free and reliable internet from any of their localities. And we're using a phased approach and a collaborative approach with Makerere University Net Labs, Uganda. Also, we are partnering with media organizations to amplify the work we are trying to do. And also, we are conducting various activities within the project. Key to the activities that we are conducting, and also to ensure that the youth engaging in this project is conducting needs assessments, where we are to conduct and interview community members and get the exact needs on that will actually inform our development of the training curriculum. Also, a key activity also conducting technical site surveys in order to assess internet penetration basically within infrastructure setups, for example, schools, hospitals, local government offices, market centers, and women farmer groups. And also to ensure meaningful access and make sure that the community is actually ready to use this internet. We are conducting gender trainings. That is one, in order to enable women and girls utilize this internet. As we realize that rural communities in northern Uganda still have that traditional cultural stereotypes, patriarchal systems, whereby women and girls are actually disadvantaged when it comes to utilizing opportunities like especially technological opportunities. So we are conducting tailored gender trainings in order to ensure inclusion. We are also conducting digital literacy trainings in order to make sure that the community members are actually ready to utilize this internet infrastructure. There are non-negotiables that we're actually looking at, and that is one, local content, as it encourages adoption. Before or after the setup of the infrastructure, we are going to develop a knowledge-based portal that will have local content, for example, agricultural content, and basically content that women and girls can actually access in this online or over the internet using the infrastructure that's going to be set up. Also, another thing that we're also looking at in order to encourage local content and adoption is development of a sensor network, and we're going to introduce this into the knowledge portal, which will enhance agricultural productivity in the region. Whereby farmers can be using the network that is set up in order to determine what crops to plant, when to harvest, maybe the soil nutrients available on their lands, and so many other things. Key also to notice that we are to expand our technical community in northern Uganda, and this is to ensure the sustainability of the network, actually even beyond the grant period. Which will, and this technical community is going to encompass network operators, technical support officers, and also computer scientists that will basically be involved with the development of the knowledge-based portal. So the main goal is to provide internet connectivity, free and reliable internet connectivity to the rural communities of northern Uganda.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. What an inspiring story. I mean, this is all our goal during this program, like to successfully finish the program and eventually join the alumni community and continue to, continue to create change in this space. So thank you. Coming back to you, Rachel, I mean, when you were introducing yourself and to the audience, and I mean, personally, I know that you are an artist. You mentioned that you are a poet and an artist, and I could remember during our selection process for the African region for this program, what you presented was actually, a poet, like a poem to us. So Rachel, as she said, she's an artist. She's an activist, actually.
Yeah,
she joins art and activism in this space. So do you have I can see maybe you are already ready. If you could present something to the audience to see, to have a grasp of, your art. Thank you.
All right, now I'll do it whilst I'm seated. So this poetry piece is called Cleopatra. I'm sure some of you know an application called Cleopatra, where you're supposed to have keys in order to know what exactly is exactly the message that you got. If you do not know what Cleopatra application is or what Cleopatra application does, I urge you to find more about it. So, the poetry piece is called Let This Mic Be. It's open. The pores of this mic speak. It's open for me to shout, to cry, to sing. Filters, not today. No filters, no fears, but just the truth. Deeper truths, raw reality. Today is the day, loud and shaken. My voice will echo through the posy. Filters are for another day. So this one is just this one is just an introduction. Now we're going directly to Cleopatra. So all I have known is Cleopatra from school. We'd share meals, laughter, secrets, and gossip. That's how free we were by then, untouched by the walls, untouched by fire, unbothered by the chains to come. But with growth, the hunger for something more, something deep, a deeper exploration, a fight for freedom of expression, walls coated with fire, hashed hellos, salted gossip, but still, silent observers are inevitable. Cleopatra turning to Cleopatra, not a friend at lunch, but the key to my rebellion. Public key, private key, I encrypt. The only way to spit the fire within, spitting deeper truths and breaking the silence through scrambled words, codes, through servers meant to safeguard my integrity, dignity, and trust. I trust so. Trust the currency of the brave, brave enough to click the message in a world that doesn't let you speak, let you listen, unless you have the key. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Rachel. I mean, whenever I listen to you, I happen to, not just the Internet Society Ambassadors Program, the Advocacy Assembly's Internet Shutdowns Fellowship. Last year, she was a fellow together with me. I mean, her project was also on, arts and activism. And I seriously believe that. I mean, for Gen Z, for our young people at this age, I mean, this is a very, very powerful approach to create awareness about these issues, to reach out to them. After this program, perhaps I will come to you and you give me the tips on how. I mean, I'm a poet in my head. I always write poetry in my head, but to come out and share it out to the public is always a problem. Yeah, so I hope you mentor me on that.
Yeah, of course,
right.
Definitely.
So thank you for that, please. So I mean, time is going. So to the last phase of this session, I mean, to Chidi, Rachel, and Peter. The next question is that, how do you think, or how do you, especially you, Chidi, I mean, where you are coming from, where you reside, and today you are in Africa, right? Rachel, you are from Zimbabwe, and Peter, you are from which country, Peter?
Uganda, Kampala,
yeah,
Uganda.
Perfect, and I'm from Nigeria. So how do you think young people are shaping, policy in the internet governance space? I mean, Chidi, Rachel, any of you can answer that. And one key message to young people who want to make a difference in this space, please.
Yes, thank you so much for that question. I really want to state that it's important for the youth to be engaged in the internet governance spaces. Right now, we cannot talk about the internet or internet governance without involving the youth, because the youth are actually the current leaders and also the future leaders of the internet spaces. It is important for youth to take matters into their own hands, especially when it comes to internet governance. I mentioned earlier that the internet can be a powerful enabler for economic development, for development of societies, but definitely it can also be a menace if it's not shaped well. And it's actually youth to take these matters into their own hands to ensure that the internet we want is actually the internet that can be accessed by all in various places. Key to note is, and one point that I want to stress across, especially from where I come from Uganda, and also specifically northern Uganda, in order to enhance internet adoption, especially among the youth and also communities, it's important for youth to come up with innovative ideas and solutions in order to enhance internet. I really want to stress that let it be beyond accessibility or usage, but how can we make it to be more impactful? And the only way we can make the internet more impactful is by coming up with innovative solutions, innovative ideas, innovative developments, especially in technology, in various sectors like health, in various sectors like education. So I think it's one of the key ways that we can involve the youth is by basically coming up with innovations in order to enhance internet adoption among communities. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Peter. So Rachel, please, could you respond?
Okay, I believe that young people are shaping the internet in this way. It is because young people are young and they are energetic and they are well connected, even in the physical world, even in the digital spaces. So it's a high time we take advantage of young people and we take advantage of the gadgets and everything and the technology that we are exposed to ensure that we shape the internet that we want, the internet that is safe, the internet that is transparent, the internet that is also trustworthy. And I also believe that young people can share the internet through collaborations to say that I'm from Zimbabwe or I'm from Africa. I can as well collaborate someone from the Asian Pacific regions to ensure that our creativity and our innovation, we put together resources and cascade to them wherever we need to make change, be it in the marginalized communities, be it in the privileged communities, wherever. I think if we bring our resources, our minds, our whatever we have together, the spirit of togetherness, the spirit of Ubuntu, we can go far. Thank you.
Okay, so I think what Peter and Rachel said is pretty comprehensive. So I think we do have a common sense that the internet should be inclusive, transparent, and grounded in human rights, right? So because our youth, we are the future of the internet, and we are shaping the future of in internet moderation or policies. So if we are not on the table or we are not part of the conversation, so the rules will never fully reflect our realities. So let's just keep pushing and keep the conversation going, and let's keep building the internet space together to make a better future for us and for our next generation.
Yeah, thank you, Chidi. That is powerful. Like, I mean, you have said all needed to be said from my end, but my message to young people is that, you know, I see so many space, but I mean, from my community, you know, asking how I started. I mean, how to get started, how to do this. My message is that please don't seek for anybody's permission. Insofar as you are a user, you are a young person at this age, you are a user of the internet, you don't need anybody's permission to start in this space. Where I grew up from, I mean, there's nobody that I know that has ever mentioned digital rights, human rights online, internet governance, nobody. Nobody, and I started from there. I mean, internet governance issues are as local as they are global or regional. I mean, it starts from the local level and you come upwards up to these high level programs. So internet, when for instance, issues around shutdowns should start from the community. Politicians that give these orders, if they see the community like coming together to say that, oh no. For instance, for my community, whenever there is a shutdown as a counter-terrorism strategy. Whenever there are attacks, the next thing is shutdown of the internet, shutdown of the telecommunication services, because they think that shutting down the internet will counter terrorism. When as us, the community members, we know that. Hello, yeah. Us, the community members, we know that Thank you, Chidi. So all the community members, we know that these terrorists, they have gone beyond, the thinking of our politicians. They use radio networks, they use satellite networks. So when you shut down telecommunication services in order to fight terrorism, I mean, it's just like you are putting the military and the community more in danger because they think that they are camouflaging. The bandits are not connected. They don't know whether they are coming or not, but they actually know that you are coming and you think you are camouflaging. So when the communities, are aware about this knowledge and they mobilize and reach out to the leaders, I mean, that is a step forward in defending an open internet. So my message to you is that the internet is for everyone, just as, how it is governed. You can start from wherever you are. Thank you. So to the final, before that, the audience, please, if there's any question or comment or reflection from any of you, maybe a comment, a question about what you have said, the Internet Society, or programs and other programs, or how you can, connect to the Internet Society. I mean, we have our booth outside, but you can as well ask questions or say anything. Is there anybody? Perfect. All right. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. And my name is Arsène Tungali. I'm from the Democratic Republic of Congo. And I wear so many hats, including that I've been a former Internet Society ambassador in 2015, like 10 years ago. I was able to be part of the program for 2 years, consecutive years. And I just want to congratulate the young people, fellow young people on this panel, especially on the knowledge they have about the way the internet functions, the way we need, an internet which is open to everyone, that is non-restricted, and that is accessible for everyone without any discrimination. I remember back in the days, I was very young at that time, although I'm still young now, but 10 years ago, I did not have much knowledge about certain things, the way I see you guys on the panel are depicting some of the realities that we are facing now. And so I don't have any questions, but it's just to commend you and to encourage you to be able to speak highly about some of the issues. You've spoken about internet shutdowns, and I come from a country, the Democratic Republic of Congo, which used to be very famous in terms of the number of times they've shut down the internet for political reasons. And so, but at least for the last few years, there hasn't been an internet shutdown. And so keep up the good work, keep on advocating for an internet that is open for everyone. And maybe for the ISOC team who are here, please keep up the work, bringing young people to understand what's going on at events like the IGF. I know you also send some people at other internet governance-related events, but this is good exposure. I remember when I was exposed to, to the IGF back in times, it helped me to grow until I was even elected on the, selected on the global IGF MAG and then later on served on the African IGF MAG, and even was involved in so many other platforms like the ICANN when I was a fellow, and then I was even on the Geneso Council. So, and now I'm a very active member of my own community locally, but also globally. So thank you very much for the wonderful job you're doing. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. I could remember exactly when I received the email of my selection for this program. Like, I applied last year, but unfortunately, during the last stage of the selection process, it clashed with my final year exams. And I said, no, I need to be selected for this program. And I applied again. And when I received, I could remember I just woke up from sleep, and I raised my phone. It was in the evening. And I saw that I was selected among the 15 global youth ambassadors. Like, it was a dream. Beyond just the selection, I was already looking forward to what the program is going to do to my own personal and professional life in this space. And why I was already looking forward to that was because I'm already connected to other fellows, past fellows, and I see the amazing works they are doing in this space. So thank you for that. And we really, really aspire to continue to do more beyond this program. So finally, to my youth ambassadors and alumni, just in one sentence, please, each one of you, if you could share your vision for the internet. Peter.
Yes, thank you so much. Just in one sentence, my vision is, and what I would want to see is youth actively taking part in shaping the internet that we want. Thank you.
Thank you.
What I can say is that I would love to see youths in the front lines of advocating for a safer internet, and also being included even in policy rooms where internet governance is being discussed. Thank you.
So like I said, we are the future of the internet. So let's just keep the conversation going, and let's keep keep pushing and keep building the internet together.
Yeah, thank you, Chidi. So my own vision is that I envision a people and community-powered internet. An internet that is open, free, secure, and safe for everyone. Internet that is governed by the community and not by corporations alone. So that is my vision. And thank you, everyone, for sitting here, even when it is already late and so many people are already out of the session. Our booth will also be open tomorrow. Please, if you want to know more about our programs or how young people in your communities can participate in so many programs that the Internet Society provides for young people, you can always visit our booth outside here. And we can, share how you can engage, not just for the young in your communities, but for you, but also for yourself in your chapter in your country. Thank you so much.